The late Ross "Cowboy" Curran was renowned for his raw talent and ability to handle challenging horses. His harness racing career started at age 16 in Smiths Falls, Ontario, and by age 20, he won his first driving title at Connaught Park. Curran's driving skill was evident early, with opportunities to drive top-ranked horses, including legendary Symbol Allen. At age 15, Symbol Allen raced 29 times, ending the season with 22 wins, most of them with Curran in the bike. Curran went on to win numerous driving titles and became a leading driver at tracks including Mohawk, Greenwood, Garden City, Blue Bonnets, Richelieu Park, and Rideau Carleton, competing against future Hall of Famers Keith Waples, Bill Wellwood, Ron Fagan, and Ron Waples. From 1965 to 1973, Curran was Ontario's leading dash winner, maintaining an impressive win percentage of .317 over a decade, and sat as high as the second-ranked driver in North America. 1972 was his best year, winning more than 200 dashes and $275,000 in purses. In 8,686 career starts, Curran drove over 1,700 recorded winners and amassed over $2.7 million in lifetime earnings. He was also one of the sport's leading trainers. In 1988, Ross Curran was inducted to the Smiths Falls Sportsman Hall of Fame, and in 2009, he received the Living Legend Award from the Ontario Harness Horse Association.
He knew everything about a horse, right? He just was a magic with the horses, right? Bad horses, that's mostly what we had. He got all the bad ones and made them good. Because they were all the same to Ross, right? Good, bad. They were all basically the same to him, right? JJ's Tequila and them, a lot of people wouldn't have nothing to do with them, right? HT Navy. And he just took them and made them into good horses. Taught me everything I knew about a horse. So, and he was always good to me, right? We used to come to Rideau in the summertime. We didn't usually go too much to Garden City because he'd bring them to Rideau Carleton, give them a break and race them there, right? We keep them here and then race them down there. So Ross, oh, he liked to drive anywhere. He liked to drive at the fairs better than anywhere, right? He'd sooner drive 5 or 6 at the fairs and go to Toronto and race in a stake race. That was more fun for him, right? Because he was around the people he liked, right? You know what I mean? Local people. He liked that. Liked everybody, Ross, right? Whether you had $1 million, didn't have 5 cents, he treated everybody the same, right? He was good, good to people, right? Great guy. Miss him every day.
I'm Ross's niece. My father, Neil, also drove horses. He was Ross's older brother, who just passed last year. I still to this day can picture it. Ross had this uncanny ability that if the horse in front of him went down, or Ross's horse was going down, he would get off that bike running. Literally his legs would be pumping before he hit the ground. So he had it so that he did not fall. And he did it every time. I do remember Connaught watching him one day. I can even see picture where he was on the track. And literally you saw the legs pumping before they touched the ground. And he just kept on running until he'd slow himself down. Actually, Ross started the horses first, and Dad came in just shortly after. And yes, they were extremely close.
Well, I did race here in Ottawa, and I raced in Toronto for 10 years. So I would just hear from people that Ross used to race against. Guys like Garth Gordon. I was stabled beside a friend of Ross's, Alan Waddell. Yeah, I would just, even people that, I would hear stories from people that just were casual fans that would see my name and associate me with Ross. I think I always get associated with Ross. They see my name and the same colors, I have the same colors, and it would immediately go to Ross. Yeah. And it's funny because I was just saying to Patty, he was never around when I was young and I had horses, but even later in years, he would ask me, do you have anything in tonight, or what are you racing? And so somehow he associated me with with the horses. He figured it out. You know, I often wondered that because I never saw them drive together. But I think there was a mutual respect. I'd asked, like Neil thought the world of Ross, that he was a great driver. And I had, you know, kind of asked Ross the same thing. And he would always say, yeah, Neil was a great driver too. So I think they had a mutual respect for each other. Well, I think maybe you already had this story, but I used to be stabled in Toronto, and there was a guy named Garth Gordon that raced with Ross, and he would tell me stories from time to time. We'd be at the same vet clinic a lot of times, and he would always come tell me stories. And I just heard the one story I remember is that he told me he was following Ross in the stretch at Greenwood, and for some reason Ross needed a little more room, and he took his foot out of the stirrup and put it on the guy's bike beside him and gave him a shove and pushed him over to give himself a little room. And I just remember Garth, you know, kind of laughing about it, saying like only Ross would do that, and Garth saying that like he was following him through the whole. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. You couldn't get away with that today, but no. That's the kind of things and that's the kind of stories that you would hear.
So way back when you had to go to the track and pay to get in, that was when we paid to get in. And I took Dad because he asked every single time I went to the nursing home when I was taking him to the track. He wanted to go to Rideau all the time. Rideau Carleton was the track he wanted to go to. We went, we paid to get in. I have felt someone tap me on the shoulder. He obviously didn't recognize who I am because I'm the younger sibling, and said that he wanted to know how my relation to Dad. And I said, oh, I'm his youngest daughter. And they said, listen, don't ever pay for Ross Curran to get into Rideau Carleton ever again. We went and got our money back. And I just said, no, it's fine. We were fine. And he said, no, he was no way. And Dad and him were talking. My dad called him Doc, because I guess that was his nickname, right? Doc Armitage. And we were going upstairs to be in the dining room. And he asked Dad where he would like to sit. And of course, my dad said the wire, because, you know, you always want to sit at the wire. People were sitting there, and I said, Dad, like, no, it's already we're late, it's already taken. He went over and told the people it was Ross Curran, and they all jumped up, moved spots, and everybody moved for Dad and I to sit at the wire. And that's kind of how it really was being around Dad. Yeah, it's called Korsakoff syndrome, so it's also a memory thing. So it's short-term memory was definitely affected. Long-term memory, he knew. That's the reason why he loved going to the track. He knew all the names and the people and the faces and remembered horses and times. But if he had just was introduced to you, he'd probably ask you your name 10 times within 5 minutes just because he didn't keep that information. The conversation that you were having with Dad, the only time he's really interested is if you're talking horses. So if you were talking anything else, really wasn't interested, didn't want to. He's from a family of 8. My dad's the youngest, but the whole family, especially my Uncle Neil, which is the other driver, everyone had some way, shape, or form involvement in horses. And it just it kind of snowballs and everybody's involved. Oh gosh, there were so many challenging horses, but like the horses they talk about, HT Navy was the smallest horse, and he had the biggest kick, and he was at our barn that we had then. He had to be way away from everyone else in a box stall, and only my dad really handled him. He went in his own trailer to the track, and a lot of the time Dad would have to get stalls next to it because you couldn't have a horse next to him. So he catered to these horses. He knew them so well. And HT Navy was if you look up he's got great stats, and ended up, from what I saw online, that's the great thing about Facebook and this harness racing history site, he ended up like in England as a great racer too. Wow. There. So yeah, it just lots and lots of horses going through our barns and our families, because I was really young when he got sick, so I was only 9. So my dad kind of had a part 1 life and a part 2 life in my mind. But in the part 2 life that I was involved in, everybody, no matter who I talked to, if I said my last name, they would ask me if I was any relation to Ross Curran. So I think the thing he did best was partnerships. He was smart, like Jack Grant, right? The Grants just lived down from, like Jack Cullen in town, he had lots of other like well-known trainers or well-known owners and stuff that they partnered up. Nowadays, drivers can just drive, right? And take a drive. My dad did it all, right? He was the groom, he was the trainer, he was the owner, he was the driver. Back then you had your own barns. You didn't really, if you drove for someone else, it was a friend or they couldn't drive that day, right? Now the drivers can just, it'd be an interesting time if Ross Curran could just be picked up. He has an amazing average record, right, for a 10-year span, because some people can do it 2 or 3 years, right, and be on top. But for 10 years, being the leading driver at many of those tracks, and that's why when they're showing the track, Rideau, Blue Bonnets, Connaught, Mohawk, like all those. And then he was starting to go down into the States more, and that before he got sick and that, but he was definitely well known. Like I said, even friends of mine would say, if they say the last name, that's racing back then was the Saturday night thing to do, right? So that was what everybody knew racing then. Everybody knew how, and in Smith Falls, my dad is very well known, even though it was probably, 40 years later that the Hall of Fame let him in, but it really shows my sons, though, what Dad's worth was to harness racing, because they didn't recognize how good Grandpa Ross was. So then when they're around, standing around talking to all the people and reading all the articles now that are coming out about him, or things that and now that they're old, they're at an age where they're actually paying attention to that, and like they're very impressed by the articles and the stats. And when they're talking to people, like the Brad Grants and the new Dad, right? They knew Grandpa Ross from the nursing home and that, but they didn't know Grandpa Ross in his heyday, in his era of what he did the best. So I was the thing, my memories of Dad also, honestly, are really through all the horsemen and people and my family, my dad's family were amazing to him. The current, we're Currans, we all, like they'll say, we all look alike, we're very simple, but the family just loved horses. And my Uncle Neil and my dad were best of friends, not just brothers. They're buried next to each other in Smith Falls, and they lived harness racing. It's just what they did.
3 in, 3 out at 3/4, 1:27 flat the clocking there. Here comes a 3 wide move from DA Magic Mike. As they come down the stretch, 3 wide, battling on the inside. Surratt Hanover between horses. Shadow Dave is trying to hang on, but DA Magic Mike works his magic again for Guy Gagnon, pulling away by a couple of lengths, and he's ahead of Shadow Dave and Surratt Hanover in 1:55 and 4. Unofficial race 1 winner, number 2, DA Magic Mike, a 3-year-old brown gelding by McWicked out of Taboo Sealster. Owned by Michel Letard of Quebec with Jamie Copley and Kimberly Eden of Ontario and the Max Webster Stable of Nova Scotia. DA Magic Mike was bred by Dean and Ashley Wilson of Ontario, trained by Mandy Archer, driven to a second consecutive victory by Guy Gagnon. 1:55 and 4. Cinnamon Crunch gearing up for the stretch drive, but she's still chasing G8 Speed Matrix up the inside. Best Girl in Town coming on late, widest of all. Red Carpet Ready and Auger trying to sting, and they do. Powering to the front late. That was Red Carpet Ready for Marie-Claude Auger. Best Girl in Town and G8 Speed Matrix look to decide place and show here. 1:55 and 3. To winner number 3, Red Carpet Ready, a 3-year-old bay filly by Better's Delight out of Film Critic. Owned and trained by Jeffrey Davidson of Ottawa, Ontario. Red Carpet Ready was bred by Stonegate Standardbred Farms Incorporated of Glen Gardner, New Jersey. Driven to a second consecutive victory by Marie-Claude Auger. And that's a new lifetime mark, 1:55 and 3, shaving a 1/5 of a second off of last week's winning time. Results are now official. 4 flat, and GA Speed Joey has left the pocket for Robert Shepard and is trying to hunt down Flying Art, who has cut all the fractions here, but GA Speed Joey powering past and now leading the way down the stretch. Stardog is pressing the pace all the way to the wire, and Flying Art still alive on the inside, but it's going to be GA Speed Joey over Stardog, with Flying Art holding on for show in 1:54 and 1. Owned by Alain Carrier of Saint-Henri de Lévis, Quebec. G8 Speed Joey was bred by R.K. Joe Misocomon of Muncie, Ontario, trained by Isabel Darvo, driven to a 4th seasonal victory by Robert Shepard in a seasonal best, 1:54 and 1. GA Speed Joey. Urging for the stretch drive, leading the way, it's Bettenantine, but coming up to his wheel and now looking to move past late. Monty's Gone Marble for Pascal Berube. Monty's Gone Marble looks to get that win on the outside over Bettenantine. A number of them coming on to compete for show there in a 1:53 and 4 mile. Monty's Gone Marble was bred by Jeff Murphy, trained by John McMillan, and Pascal Berube, the drummer, getting the winning catch drive. 1:53 and 4. Monty's Gone Marble, just a couple of 1/5 of a second shy of his seasonal mark, and not far from his lifetime mark. That's his 2nd win this season. Congratulations to the connections. Monty's Gone Marble. Pack, it's still Lion Shining. They're 3 high behind the leader, DW's Darlene, who still leads by 3 lengths at the top of the stretch. And the known closer, Butterfly Kisses, is 3 wide, but it's too late. They're just chasing for minor shares behind DW's Darlene, who wins by about 3 lengths over Butterfly Kisses. And then Dial Me Up looks to hold on for show. 1:55 flat. Was bred by Bill Troyer of Millersburg, Ohio. Driven to victory by Guy Gagnon, 1:55 flat. That's her 11th win of the year in start number 30. A very impressive Rideau debut, DW's Darlene.
5 words,
You pronounce style, and then at the back it's what's in the esky. Helmac Victor out of contention. 3/4 reached in 1:26 and 2. Stonebridge Hermes is still leading the way, and he's still being chased by Moonlight Boy, who pocketed up and follows him to the wire. Stonebridge Hermes, a winner for Ryan Guy by 3 widening lengths over Moonlight Boy. Shredder was up for show, 1:54 and 2. Year-old Bay Stallion by betting line out of Glacier Express, owned and trained by Jacques Baudouin of Manotick, Ontario, bred by Angie Stiller of Arva, Ontario. Driven to victory by Flyin' Ryan Guy, 1:54 and 2, Stonebridge Hermes. The Ontario Racing Tips from the Pros best bet of the day. The front end from the back, 1:25 and 1 the clocking to 3/4. It's turned into a match race as On the Road to Texas and Robert Shepard wheel around at the top of the stretch, and they are opening up on closest rival Beach Journey, who now finds late speed, and she is coming after On the Road to Texas in a battle to the wire. It's going to be Beach Journey getting the upset over On the Road to Texas. Closing for show, Le Coeur Chapeau, 1:54 flat. Gagnon Incorporated with Frederic Gagnon of Gatineau, Quebec. Beach Journey was bred by Nathan Eicher of Spencerville, Indiana, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. That's her 8th win of the year in start number 23, 1:54 flat, a new seasonal best for Beach Journey. And that's the 3rd driving win of the card for Guy Gagnon, the king, with Beach Journey in race 7. And leading the way, Meadow Branch Noble, enjoying the Frontier trip tonight. He rounds for home, and he is a couple of lengths ahead of Emmatown Bud, who fights on, trying to hold on for place, charging late. Eyes of Justice on the outside, but Meadow Branch Noble prevails by 3 over Emmatown Bud, and it looked to be Eyes of Justice up for show, 1:56 flat. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle. Unofficial Race 8 winner, number 5, Meadow Branch Noble, a 7-year-old bay gelding by Explosive Matter out of When Mars Memo, owned by Jamie Copley of Kenmore, Ontario, bred by Hans Engren of Abbottstown, Pennsylvania, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Guy Gagnon. Again, that's his 4th driving win tonight. And Stefan Pouliot circling for home, never headed after making front and trying to come on down the lane, chasing them to the wire. Wish You'd Tell Me has late speed, as does Cadillac. It's going to be Southwind Russian. In a battle for place, it looks like Wish You'd Tell Me over Cadillac, 1:55 and 3. And Russian. He's a 4-year-old brown gelding by Tactical Landing out of Raising Roxanne, owned by a numbered Quebec Corporation of Gloucester, Ontario. Southwind Russian was bred by Southwind Farms LLC of Pennington, New Jersey, trained and driven by Stefan Pouliot to a new lifetime best, 1:55 and 3, in his 7th win of the year. Congratulations, Southwind Russian and Stefan Pouliot.
Live from the nation's capital, Ottawa, Ontario, Rideau Carleton Raceway embarks on its 62nd year of racing.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Rideau Carleton Raceway on this Sunday evening, October 20th. It's our 57th race date of the 2024 meet. We've got 10 live races coming to you tonight from the nation's capital, starting in about 29 minutes for race 1. Not a lot of changes, and it's another perfect night in the Ottawa area for some live harness racing. The track is fast, weather conditions clear, a temperature of 18 degrees Celsius, 64 Fahrenheit. Winds are out of the northeast at 21 kilometers an hour, 13 miles per hour. Humidity is at 46%. We're about 28 minutes away from race 1 of our 10 race card tonight. We do have a few changes I will mention, because one of them is relevant in race 1. There is a driver change in race 1, some late information coming to me from the AGCO judges. The 3, Drink Like Henry, in race 1 is getting a driver change from William Waugh to Stéphane Pouliot. Again, Stéphane Pouliot will drive the 3, Drink Like Henry, in race 1. We also have that change now posted on screen in race 10. Scratch the 8, Silverado, a vet scratch sick. There are a couple of other changes earlier in the card that I'll mention right now. There's an ownership change in race 6 on the 4, DA Players Delight. The owner has changed from the Jack Darling stable of Cambridge, Ontario, to trainer John McMillan of Odessa, Ontario. He is the new owner and trainer of number 4, DA Players Delight, in race 6. Also, in race 8, there's an equipment change on 8, La Barbe, who is going from closed to open bridle and add a side roll right. That's on 8, La Barbe, in race 8. Race 1 has exactor, triactor, superfecta, and early daily double wagering. And Glenn Pearson and I see it similarly here as far as a winner goes. Anyway, the 5 Bandura looking for some redemption after a challenging trip October 8th. But he's got 4 wins this season and has turned in a good effort every race, really, since he's hit his stride for trainer-driver Guy Gagnon back on Labor Day. So he's the top choice of both track handicappers, and 3-1 right now on the board. In the place spot, it's the 4, Napoleon Hill, who is Glenn's choice for trainer Macy Castle-Smythe and driver Kyle Forgy. Glenn is using my second choice horse in the show spot. That's the 3, Drink Like Henry, coming in from Hippodrome 3R and getting that driver change from William Waugh to Stéphane Pouliot. To complete Glenn's superfecta, he is using the 2, Stormont Friendly, for trainer-driver Ryan Guy, coming in off of that scratch due to injury on October 8th. I'm using Stormont Friendly in the show spot. The Stormont horses, usually quite good. This 3-year-old filly has shown flashes of ability and has finished 4th in her last couple of starts here for Ryan Guy. I'd like to thank Aidan Keeley-Griffith for sending in a worth remembering video selection from Rideau Carleton racing history. And I'm sure everyone is looking forward to the 2024 Breeders' Crown Championships from the Meadowlands next weekend. The eliminations were Friday and Saturday, and some very exciting results there, some unexpected outcomes. We'll take a look at those on This Week in Harness Racing. This week in harness racing, it all came down to the Breeders' Crown eliminations at the Meadowlands on Saturday night. In race 6 for the 3-year-old Colton Gelding Pacers, it was an elimination which saw Sons of Bettor's Delight battle to the wire. Mirage Hanover versus Nijinsky.
Beach Life shoots out, so does Mirage Hanover on the outside with Nijinsky on the rail. And Captain's Quarters just floated away in 4th position. Gem Quality is 5th as they round the first turn. Then it's Better is Nice at the rear of the field with Calico, Jack Hanover, and Number Cruncher. Mirage Hanover to the top for Dexter Dunn. Mirage Hanover sets up shop there with Sweet Beach Life in the 2nd spot. Nijinsky tracking 3rd off. A technical issue with the video of our race replays on This Week in Harness Racing. We apologize for that, and we'll be looking forward to race 1 here. We do have video back. We're 21 minutes away from post time for race 1, where there's continued favoritism for the 3, Drink Like Henry, coming in for trainer Guy Waugh. And note the driver change from William Waugh to Stéphane Pouliot on the 3, Drink Like Henry. 9-5 favorite right now. The top choice of both myself and Glenn Pearson is the 5, Bandura, 5-2 at the moment in this field of 6 in race 1. Bandura, it should be noted, hasn't made a break since August 4th, although he did jump it off October 8th near 3/4. That was his first break since August 4th. And he is the winningest of this field, and we're expecting him to return to his usual strong form for Guy Gagnon. He actually lowered his lifetime mark at Rideau Carleton to 2 minutes and 1/5 back on September 1st, and then equaled it on September 22nd. So lots to like about Bandura here. The 3, Drink Like Henry, is getting class relief, coming in after Sunday's second over trip behind the first over MVP's daughter in a Quebec-bred stake at Hippodrome 3R. He was overtaken by Masterwork and lost ground late. The two, Stormont Friendly was scratched injured here October 8th, but Ryan Guy is staying loyal to that maiden filly who did close in the field's fastest last quarter for 4th on September 29th, trotting an individual closing quarter of 29 and 4. This week in harness racing, it all came down to the Breeders' Crown eliminations at the Meadowlands on Saturday night. In race 6 for the 3-year-old Colton Gelding Pacers, it was an elimination which saw sons of Bettor's Delight battle to the wire. Mirage Hanover versus Nijinsky.
Beach Life shoots out, so does Mirage Hanover on the outside with Nijinsky on the rail. And Captain's Quarters just floated away in 4th position. Gem Quality is 5th as they round the first turn. Then it's Better is Nice at the rear of the field with Calico, Jack Hanover, and Number Cruncher. Mirage Hanover to the top for Dexter Dunn. Mirage Hanover sets up shop there with Sweet Beach Life in the 2nd spot. Nijinsky tracking 3rd off a quarter of 27 2/5. Gapped early, Captain's Quarters 4th as they wheel off that turn. Out of 3rd, Nijinsky is looking to challenge for the lead. So it's a gap of 3 lengths now to Captain's Quarters, closing that gap in 4th. Gem Quality on the inside, 5th. Better is Nice is 6th by 2. Then comes Calico, Jack Hanover, and Number Cruncher still trails. Nijinsky strides out strong here for Louis Wan, takes over. Nijinsky and Mirage Hanover 1-2 past the half in a brisk 54 4/5. Sweet Beach Life tracking 3rd now. Captain's Quarters is 4th, and he swings to the outside and has to pick it up, and picking him up is Gem Quality. 2nd over in 5th with 3/8 to go. Then Better is Nice 6th, and Calico, Jack Hanover, and Number Cruncher at 3/4, and it's Nijinsky and deuce popping. Mirage Hanover comes after him, and they hook up in a duel here. It is Nijinsky and Mirage Hanover on the outside, stride for stride. 1:22 4 into the stretch drive. Nijinsky on the inside. Nijinsky and Mirage Hanover going at it, trading blows. Sweet Beach Life trying to reel them in. Gem Quality on the outside in deep stretch. What a battle. Mirage Hanover. Nijinsky on the inside, not giving way. Mirage Hanover. Mirage Hanover. Then Nijinsky. Then Gem Quality. And then it was Calico, Jack Hanover, and close between Better is Nice and Sweet Beach Life. 1:48 4.
In the open mare pace elimination for the Breeders' Crown, Twin B Joe Fresh was upset by Grace Hill as Canada's Sylvia Hanover held on to make the final in the elimination.
They're off. Sonata and Twin B Joe Fresh firing out as Grace Hill from between horses with Sylvia Hanover and Always Be Naughty in the inside, and Beach Cowgirl showing up on the inside as they swing around that first turn. And it's Grace Hill, and Twin B Joe Fresh continues on. Beach Cowgirl's going to settle in 3rd, and Always Be Naughty is 4th past the opening quarter. And next it's Sylvia Hanover taking a seat in 5th. That one followed by the Barn Dogs Watchin' 6th on the inside. And then Villar, Doe Hyris. That one followed by Prohibition Legal. Underway from the back is Kobe's GG. Kobe's GG is picking them off from the rear of the field. And the opening quarter was 26 3/5. That early trailer is not far from the leader. It's Twin B Joe Fresh, the big favorite here at 1-5. Twin B Joe Fresh in that long winning streak, 9 in a row, hits the half with Grace Hill 2nd in a reasonable 55 seconds. Took a breather. Beach Cowgirl on the inside 3rd. As they round the far turn, uncovered is Sylvia Hanover. Sylvia Hanover is towing the Barn Dogs Watching on the outside. A shuffle for Always Be Naughty on the rails. They continue towards 3/4. That's Kobe's GG. She's up 3rd over on the outside in a pretty dull flow. Then Villar, Doe Hyris on the inside. Zanata has a long way to come. And Prohibition Legal is last. At 3/4, it's Twin B Joe Fresh, the best there. Twin B Joe Fresh in 1:23. And Twin B Joe Fresh is in front by 2 lengths now. It's all Twin B Joe Fresh. Grace Hill stalking her for 2nd, angles out and takes her late shot and looks for the upset. And here comes Grace Hill and Todd McCarthy after a perfect trip. And it's going to be Grace Hill at 10-1 over Twin B Joe Fresh. Then Always Be Naughty and Sylvia Hanover. and Kobe's GG and Velardo Hyris 1:48 and 4.
As they say, it all comes down to the Breeders' Crown, and that will be sorted out next weekend in the finals at the Meadowlands in East Rutherford, New Jersey. We recommend taking it all in if you're in the Ottawa area from the Rideau Carleton Trackside Simulcast Lounge. Tammy Forgey's On Track free-to-play handicapping contest rolls on with a building jackpot. It was not hit last night. I think the best performance was just 2 winners in that contest, and the jackpot is up to $1,400 now. So the Breeders' Crown, take in those finals at Rideau Carleton and play Tammy Forgey's handicapping contest next weekend, Saturday night. We're about 14 minutes away from the start of race 1 here at Rideau Carleton. Thank you for joining us. We have a couple of co-favorites now on the board. The 3, Drink Like Henry, coming in with the class relief from the Quebec bred stake, where he was competing at Hippodrome 3R on Sunday, and also getting that driver change from William Waugh to Stéphane Pouliot. He is co-favorite with the top choice of myself and Glenn Pearson, the 5 Bandura. They're both at odds of 2-1 right now. Another trotter that Glenn and I used in our tickets for lesser shares is the 4 Napoleon Hill, who had some recent equipment changes here that seemed to improve his performance. He broke his maiden with a 3-wide late move on October 8th at Rideau Carleton, trotting past Bandura, who had made a break, and Masterwork had jumped it off early. He was the beaten favorite that race and never in contention, so it made things a little bit easier for Napoleon Hill that race. And he's Glenn's second choice here. I'm using him to complete my superfecta. He is post 4, and he's 10-1 right now. Once again, there is exactor, triactor, superfecta, and early daily double wagering available on race 1. And if you are interested in the early daily double, the only change in the first 2 races is the driver change on 3, a Drink Like Henry, who goes from William Waugh to Stéphane Pouliot. Suddenly getting some attention, the 6 Bubble Slide, who didn't feature in the tickets of myself or Glenn Pearson. This one racing for trainer Andrew Moore and driver Jimmy Gagnon, a 3-year-old filly who had some success here earlier in the year with a couple of wins at Rideau Carleton. She did set the pace in the most recent start, September 29th, but she got stung later in that mile from the late speed of Bandura and Napoleon Hill, as well as Southwind Mac, the 2-year-old. So Bubble Slide 1-5 right now, and this is a somewhat evenly matched group. So in spite of Bandura's 4 wins, I think this could go multiple ways. The public siding with the 6, Bubble Slide. The track is very fast, by the way. We had 1 qualifier at 5. It was won by Sonny Bow and trainer-driver Stéphane Pouliot by 13.5 open lengths over next closest Cornflakes in a 4-horse field, 3 pacers and 1 trotter. The fractions for Sonny Bow were 28-1 at the quarter, 57-2 at the half, 125-3 at 3/4, and a 154-4 winning mile in that qualifier for Sonny Bow.
These are the top drivers at Rideau Carleton Raceway.
We're about 8 minutes away from post time for race 1. Thanks for joining us here at Rideau Carleton on this Sunday night. Bubbles Slide from post 6 has become the surprise favorite here at odds of 2-5 on the 3-year-old filly with the outside post, which is usually a good post for trotters. She set the pace recently, faded to 5th late, overtaken by closers, and 2 of them who finished ahead of her are in this field. The 5 Bandura, 7-2 at the moment, and Napoleon Hill from post 4, who is 7-1. I'd like to thank my friends at the Raceway at Western Fair for having me there on Friday, October 18th to call the Ontario Women's Driving Challenge, won by Natasha Day. And it was Harness the Hope night, raising funds for charities associated with breast cancer survivors and supported across the harness racing industry. On tonight's Worth Remembering, we look back at the career of Dr. Joe, an October 14th winner at Woodbine Mohawk Park for trainer Vic Putty and driver Tyler Borth for the second time this season. We're going back, though, to Sunday, November 6, 2022, when Dr. Joe got the win at Rideau Carleton for Vic Putty and driver Jimmy Gagnon.
Out to the early lead. There goes Wrangler Cash. De Chairman is matching his strides. 88 Fingers Louis is on to be third, while Bet Till Dawn is the fourth one. Another two, and Officer Jones is fifth, through to be sixth, 2 Max 1 Mock. Then comes State News and the early trailer, the late closing Dr. Joe. They're by the opening quarter in 27-1. They come in front of the grandstand for the first time. With the lead, it's De Chairman sitting second, nose to helmet, Wrangler Cash. 88 Fingers Louis races third. Bet Till Dawn sits fourth. Officer Jones comes first over fifth. 2 Max 1 Mock is out into the flow. State News is next. Dr. Joe trails the field, but he's only about 8.5 off of the lead. That's nothing to him. They're by the half in 56 seconds. Into the backstretch they go with the lead, De Chairman. Wrangler Cash sits second. Third on the outside comes 88 Fingers Louis. Bet Till Dawn is in fourth. Officer Jones fifth on the move. Then comes State News. Further back up the inside, 2 Max 1 Mock. Dr. Joe is underway out of the backfield. They pace their way by 3/4 in 1:23.3, and they're on the final turn. Still with the lead, De Chairman. From second on the inside comes Wrangler Cash. Officer Jones is from third, and coming like an absolute flying son of a Siberian basket face, here comes Dr. Joe, and Dr. Joe is mowing them down with ease. From last to first in the blink of an eye, it's Dr. Joe in front. Officer Jones second. The Chairman got third in 1:53.
They don't get much more exciting than that. Dr. Joe at Rideau Carleton with the race call by John McMillan. We're just a couple of minutes away from race 1 here at Rideau Carleton. Thanks again to everyone joining us on track, online, or at the OTB. This field of 6 trotters will be coming out for post-parade soon. There's continued support for the 6 Bubble Slide, a 2-time winner in 25 starts this year. She's 6-5 right now for trainer Andrew Moore and driver Jimmy Gagnon. As we wait for the post parade to come on track for race 1, which has exactor, triactor, superfecta, and early daily double wagering. Favoritism has shifted back to the 3, Drink Like Henry, for trainer Guy Waugh and catch driver Stéphane Pouliot filling in for William Waugh. He's 6-5 favorite right now, Drink Like Henry. I've also noticed the odds dropping on the 4, Napoleon Hill, who is Glenn Pearson's second choice horse. I reviewed the equipment changes he's had, and they've been several in recent starts. September 22nd at this track, Napoleon Hill went from blind to blinkers. And then on September 29th, he had another equipment change, adding a Pelling pacifier when he finished second at odds of 40-1 for driver Kyle Forgy. The Trotters are now approaching the track for the race 1 post parade. The race 1 post parade is coming on track now. These trotters are non-winners of $12,500 or 2 races lifetime. Non-winners of a race draw inside allowances for fillies and mares. The purse is $6,200. Leading the post parade, number 1, Stonebridge Robust, who adds Lasix. He is owned by Keith Castle, trained by Macy Castle Smythe, and driven by Clark Stacy. 2 is Stormont Friendly, owned by Eric Baker, trained and driven by Ryan Guy. 3 is the current 6-5 favorite, Drink Like Henry, owned by Francis Prue, trained by Guy Waugh, and note the driver change from William Waugh to Stéphane Pouliot. 4 is Napoleon Hill, owned by Joan Castle, trained by Macy Castle Smythe, driven by Kyle Forgy. 'Next is the 6, Bubble Slide, owned and trained by Andrew Moore, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. 'And completing the field, here is 5, Bandura, owned by Eric Nocini with Clement Saint-Onge, Martin Pouliot, and Paul Levine, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. That's the field for race 1. Exactor, triactor, superfecta, and early daily double wagering available. We're zooming in on the 6-5 favorite, Drink Like Henry, who has been racing at Hippodrome 3R and making some starts in stakes in Quebec. On September 8th, he was the early leader and battled to hold on for place behind Captain PV. That was for his regular driver, William Waugh, who isn't here this evening. Stéphane Pouliot getting the catch drive. Drink Like Henry broke his maiden at Trois-Rivières and hasn't been able to repeat since the vet scratched sick on September 13th. He did make breaks in his first start back, September 22nd, but then just missed by a nose, finishing second, October 6th, before stepping up again in Quebec-bred stakes company for 3-year-olds on October 13th. He had to deal with the exceptional filly Cleomax du Haras, who won that race. So this is class relief for the 3, Drink Like Henry. And I've just been informed by the AGCO judges that the 3, Drink Like Henry, is a vet scratch lame. Scratch the 3, Drink Like Henry, the current favorite being scratched. The AGCO veterinarian has determined that he is lame and will not start in race 1. There's still time to wager on race 1, although the race has a different complexion now. You may have to reconsider your tickets if you were looking to the 3, Drink Like Henry. Unfortunately, determined to have come up lame after getting on track for the post parade. Favoritism has now shifted to 5, Bandura for trainer-driver Guy Gagnon, the top selection of myself and Glenn Pearson. This 4-time 2024 winner is the 6-5 favorite right now. There's still time to wager on race 1, exactor, triactor, superfecta, and early daily double wagering available. Although this field, scratch down to 5 trotters, will be lining up shortly. The starter has called the field for race 1. This is your last opportunity to play the early double as the trotters line up in front of the Rideau Carleton grandstand. 1 is Stonebridge Robust for Clark Stacey. 2, Stormont Friendly for Ryan Guy. 3, Drink Like Henry was a late veterinary scratch. 4, Napoleon Hill, Kyle Forgy. 5, Bandura, Guy Gagnon. On the outside is 6, Bubble Slide for Jimmy Gagnon. They're on the turn. Now they're on the backstretch, approaching the start. They're off and trotting and leaving from the outside. Bandura wider still. That's Bubble Slide coming on to battle him for early command and inching her way to the front. Bubble Slide and Jimmy Gagnon taking control now in the pocket. That is Bandura. It's 4 lengths back to Napoleon Hill following from third. Then a 6-length gap back to fourth place. Stonebridge Robust. And at the back of the field, Stormont Friendly. That is a 28 flat opening quarter set by Bubble Slide, who is striding freely on the front end, keeping a good length and a half ahead of next closest Bandura. Still 4 lengths back to third, Napoleon Hill following the leaders. Here comes a first over move into fourth by Stormont Friendly for Ryan Guy, just ahead of Stonebridge Robust, who trails on the inside. Still freewheeling on the front end, Bubble Slide and Jimmy Gagnon reach the halfway point in 58 and 4, a 30 and 4 second panel for Bubble Slide. Tightening up from the pocket, the 4-5 favorite Bandura. Also gaining ground in third is Napoleon Hill, and Stormont Friendly has found room in fourth along the pylons, gapping by 3 at the back. Stonebridge Robust. They approach 3/4. Here comes Bandura, first over against pace-setting Bubble Slide and inching his way to the front. 1:28 and 3. He's finding some resistance from Bubble Slide. The filly fights on. Bandura is trying to clear, and he's being followed second over from third by Napoleon Hill and Kyle Forgy for the stretch drive. Bandura has made front for Guy Gagnon and now opens up on the front end with Napoleon Hill closing, as well as Stormont Friendly widest of all. Bandura needs the wire. He's still got a 3-length advantage, though. It's Bandura over Napoleon Hill, Stormont Friendly, and Bubble Slide in 2 minutes and 1/5. The AGCO judges have just informed me that there will be an inquiry regarding the 2 Stormont Friendly and the braking rule. She put in steps, unwanted steps. So they will be reviewing race footage on Stormont Friendly, who closed for show. Bandura maintaining a multi-length advantage for the win in race 1 ahead of Napoleon Hill up for place, with Stormont Friendly closing for show. However, the inquiry now posted does pertain to that show finish by the 2 Stormont Friendly. The unofficial results are posted. The top 4: 5, Bandura, the 4-5 winning favorite for trainer-driver Guy Gagnon, ahead of 4, Napoleon Hill, second. 2, Stormont Friendly, third, and the subject of the inquiry. And 6, Bubble Slide, finished fourth. 5, 4, 2, 6, the unofficial order of finish. Please hold all tickets. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle, unofficial Race 1 winner, number 5, Bandura, a 3-year-old brown gelding by Looks Like a Chippendale out of India, LA. He is owned by Eric Nocini, Clément Saint-Onge, Martin Pouliot, and Paul Levine of Quebec. Bandura was bred by Eric Nocini, trained and driven to victory by Guy Gagnon. It's his 5th win this year. 2 minutes and 1/5, equaling his lifetime best. Congratulations, Bandura and Connections. Judges are reviewing whether 2 Stormont Friendly violated the braking rule. As you can see, she dropped to the back and was on the gallop momentarily. And the judges have just informed me that there were no violations of the braking rule by the 2 Stormont Friendly, so no placings. The 2 stays up for show. And race 1 is now official. There we go. We've got prices posted for race 1. The 5 Bandura pays $3.70 to win. The $2 exactor 5-4 returns $7.20. The $1 triactor 5-4-2 pays $6.85, and the $1 superfecta 5-4-2-6 pays $10.75. The race 1 rundown is now on your screens. 1, Stonebridge Robust was 5th. 2, Stormont Friendly finished 3rd. 3, Drink Like Henry was a late veterinary scratch, lame. 4, Napoleon Hill was 2nd. 5, Bandura, the race winner, and 4 to 5 winning favorite for Guy Gagnon. And 6, Bubble Slide was 4th. From the top down, your program should read 5-3 scratch 2-1-4. The fractions were 28 flat to the quarter, 58 and 4 at the half, 128 and 3 at 3/4, 2 minutes and 1/5 the winning mile for Bandura, equaling his lifetime mark. Race 2 is coming up next. No changes. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and early pick 4 wagering. This is a very strong field of female pacers on the road to Texas, coming in off of a rare defeat and a claim on October 17th. She is going from the Mandy Archer stable to trainer-driver Jason Gilchrist. 5-1 from the rail for the recent 3-time winner who was stung by Beach Journey in her most recent start here on Thursday. So a quick turnaround for the 1. But this is a very deep field of mares. Canada's fastest pacing mare on a 5/8 mile track this year is in this race. The 3, Speaker Nancy. What an impressive season. She's going for another win here. She's got 9 so far, and she's the 3-2 co-favorite for Mandy Archer and Robert Shepard. Sharing favoritism is the mare who was the fastest female pacer in Canada earlier this season on a 5/8 mile track. That's 2, Sauble Amber, owned by trainer Michel Legasse, who has switched over from driving Sauble Amber himself to listing Pascal Berube. So Sauble Amber is coming in after a couple of just dominant wins on the front end at Hippodrome 3R October 6th and 13th, going away on the front end. She's the 6-5 favorite right now from Post 2, 10 wins this season, and a seasonal best mark, which is also her lifetime mark of 152-2 taken at this track. Sauble Amber. It's impossible to discount the 5 here either. Anna's Wish for Robert Bernicki and Marie-Claude Auger. The powerful closer getting a half-length win over DA Temptation in her most recent start, and that was October 13th. As we wait for the post parade to come on track for race 2, it's worth mentioning that the pick 4 kicks off here, the first of 3 pick 4s on this card. I'm going 3 deep here with Sauble Amber, Anna's Wish, and Speaker Nancy. 3 very classy mares who have all won this class at some time or another this season at Rideau Carleton. Much depends on the trip they get. Sauble Amber has been dominant on the front end in her last 2 starts, while Anna's Wish has been the late speed in her win here last Sunday. I'm going with the 3-2-7-1 in race 3. That's a more wide open race. In race 4, the 3 Love My Rockin' Bird versus the 6 Carson Star Choice. Those 2, I think, are going to settle this. And in race 5, I like the chances of the 3 Flash Cube stepping down from the preferred handicap level. Guy Gagnon back in the bike for Flash Cube in race 5. The mares are now on track for the race 2 post parade. These pacers are fillies and mares who are non-winners of $6,000 in their last 5 starts. Also eligible $20,000 claimers and not listed preferred pacers who draw outside. That's Anna's Wish with post position 5 assigned. The purse here, $8,000. Leading the post parade is One on the Road to Texas, owned, trained, and driven by Jason Gilchrist. Two is the current 3-2 favorite, Sauble Amber, owned and trained by Michel Legasse, driven by Pascal Berube. 3 is Speaker Nancy, owned by Jamie Copley with the Ottawa Bob Racing Stable, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Robert Shepard. 4 is DA Temptation, owned by Pierre-Yvon Mondoux Incorporated, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. And completing the field from assigned post 5, Anna's Wish, owned by Sylvain Côté, trained by Robert Bernicki, driven by Marie-Claude Auger. That's the field of 5 for race 2. There are no changes. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 4 wagering here. We're taking a closer look at the 2, Sauble Amber, the current 7-5 favorite. She's making her Rideau Carleton debut for Pascal Berube, but in the program, she has 2 wins for the drummer in her last 2 starts at Hippodrome 3R on the front end. Very eye-catching wins going away at Trois-Rivières. Sauble Amber had a 5-race Rideau Carleton win streak from May 2nd through June 9th with her trainer, Michel Legasse, driving. She is up in class after those wins at Hippodrome 3R, but understandably so. Some fast miles and very eye-catching margins over some good mares. Three to 2 co-favorite right now, momentarily anyway, was Speaker Nancy, 8-5 at the moment from post 3. She set a lively pace here last Sunday and was pressured from first over DA Temptation late in the mile and faded to 3rd. Anna's Wish got the victory, coming on late that mile for driver Marie-Claude Auger. Back in the bike here on the 5, Anna's Wish, a stone-cold closer, 2-1 at the moment. Very hard to choose among those top 3 mares. I'm using them all in the first leg of this pick 4. As mentioned, race 3. It's a group who are less accomplished this season, so I'm using more of them. Certainly no sure thing in race 3, the second leg of that pick 4, so I'm going with Hellas Rocket, the 3. The 2, Why Not Hoss, who's been good lately, still not adding to the win column though. 7, Springbridge Jim, who gets more class relief. And then the 1, Going Yard, who put in a pretty good mile from post 8 on October 13th here to finish 4th. They'll be going behind the gate in just a moment here for race 2. Again, kicking off our early pick 4 at Rideau Carleton. The starter has called the field for race 2. This is your final opportunity to get involved in the pick 4. A classy field of 5 pacing mares lining up in front of the grandstand. 1 is On the Road to Texas for Jason Gilchrist. 2, Sobble Amber, Pascal Berube. 3, Speaker Nancy, Robert Shepard. 4, DA Temptation, Guy Gagnon. And on the outside is 5, Anna's Wish, Marie-Claude Auger. They're on the turn. Last to line up is the 1, On the Road to Texas. On the Road to Texas, still a couple of lengths behind the others as they turn onto the backstretch, approaching the start. They're off and pacing and leaving matching strides. Sobble Amber and Speaker Nancy are battling early. On the outside, that's Speaker Nancy who is gliding to the lead, and that's going to leave Sobble Amber sitting the pocket just ahead of On the Road to Texas, who is about a length and a half back in 3rd. In 4th early, that's DA Temptation, and trailing this compact field is Anna's Wish, the closer. They went by the quarter in a sharp 27-2 with Speaker Nancy up front and controlling the pace for Robert Shepard, sitting 2nd. Sobble Amber following from a closer 3rd On the Road to Texas, 4th, and also very tight there, DA Temptation, and trailing Anna's Wish as they head around the 2nd turn now. No one pulling yet to come after Speaker Nancy and Robert Shepard as this mare has things her way on the front end. 57-2, a 32nd second panel for the leader. Sobble Amber, the 1-2 top choice, still pocketed up rather loosely now as DA Temptation makes a first over move. Moving into 2nd and shuffling back, Sobble Amber to 3rd on the inside. 2nd over now in 4th is Anna's Wish, and at the back of this field On the Road to Texas, it's Speaker Nancy being tested to the 3/4 pole. 1:24.3 the clocking there as DA Temptation is matching strides with her around the turn, and 2nd over Anna's Wish looks to swing wide for the stretch drive. Sobble Amber looking for the passing lane. They're closing in on Speaker Nancy, who's fighting on gamely. Widest of all, Anna's Wish coming on for Marie-Claude Auger and prevailing once again over DA Temptation. It looked like Sobble Amber may have got up for show in this 1:53.2 mile. Unofficial results are now posted for race 2. 5, Anna's Wish with the 3 wide late move getting the victory for Marie-Claude Auger, her 2nd in a row here. Ahead of the 4, DA Temptation, who was 2nd at odds of 11-1. And in that close battle for show, it went to the 3. Speaker Nancy ahead of 2. Sobel Amber, who was 4th as beaten 1-2 favorite. 5, 4, 3, 2, the unofficial order of finish for the top 4 in race 2. Hold all tickets. Now returning to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle, unofficial race 2 winner, number 5, Anna's Wish, a 4-year-old bay mare by Lazarus out of Keystone I Wish, owned by Sylvain Cote of Joliet, Quebec. Anna's Wish was bred by John McGill of Albion, Indiana, trained by Robert Bernicki, driven to a 2nd consecutive victory by Marie-Claude Auger in 1:53-2. That's win number 9 this season for Anna's Wish. And race 2 is now official. Prices are up for race 2. 5 Anna's Wish pays $7 to win. The $2 exactor 5-4 returns $41.60. It's $50.90 for the $1 try 5-4-3. The $2 double returns $14.60 for the 5-5 combination. And the $1 superfacta pays $45.95 for the 5-4-3-2 $1 superfacta ticket. The race 2 rundown is now on your screens. 1, On the Road to Texas, was 5th. 2, Sauble Amber finished 4th as beaten 1-2 favorite. 3, Speaker Nancy was 3rd. 4, DA Temptation 2nd. And 5, Anna's Wish, the race winner for Marie-Claude Auger. From the top down, your program should read 5-4-3-2-1. The fractions were 27-2 to the quarter, 57-2 at the half, 124-3 at 3/4, 153-2. The winning mile for Anna's Wish. There were a couple of driver changes coming up, beginning in race 4. The 8, Monty's Gone Marble, changed the driver from Kyle Forgy to Jason Gilchrist. Again, that's in race 4. The 8, Monty's Gone Marble, getting the driver change from Kyle Forgy to Jason Gilchrist. Also, a late driver change in race 10. On the 2, Dylan's Bank, going from Kyle Forgy to Stéphane Brosseau. That's on the 2, Dylan's Bank in race 10. Forgy to Brosseau. Race 3 is coming up next. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering available. No changes in race 3. Take note of that driver change if you happen to be playing the pick 3 that kicks off here. Coming up in race 4 on Monty's Gone Marble, getting the driver change to Jason Gilchrist. Right now, the 1, Going Yard, is a going concern for trainer-driver Stéphane Pouliot. This mare coming in with significant post-relief. She closed quite well to get 4th on October 13th here, overcoming an outside post for Pouliot. She has 3 wins this season. It's interesting to note that both this year and last, Going Yard has had her seasonal best wins at Woodbine Mohawk Park instead of at Rideau Carleton. She seems to like the stretch at Mohawk. She's popular tonight at Rideau Carleton, though, getting significant post relief to go with some recent class relief. 6-5 on 1, Going Yard. The Pacers are coming on track for the race 3 post parade. These Pacers are non-winners of $200 per start in their last 10 starts or a race in 2023-2024. Also eligible, $8,500 claimers for non-winners of $2,700 in their last 5 starts. The purse is $5,200. One is Going Yard, the current 6-5 favorite, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation with Sylvain Bilodeau, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. Two is Why Not Hoss, owned by trainer Robert Bernicki, driven by Pascal Berube. 3 is Hella's Rocket, owned by Alexis Zielke, trained and driven by Sebastian Curran. 4 is John Snow, owned by Rachel Burns, trained by Mike Armstrong, and that's Mike Armstrong in the sulky as well. 5 is Big Pete's Style, owned by Rachel Burns, trained by Mike Armstrong, driven by Ryan Guy. 6 is Candid Cameron, owned by driver Clark Stacey with trainer Kara Stacey. And completing the field from post 7, Springbridge Gym, owned by trainer-driver Andrew Moore, along with co-owner Tommy Godfrey. That's the field of 7 for race 3. No changes. There's exactor, triactor, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering. We're zooming in on Going Yard, the 7-5 favorite from the rail here, facing competitors who have fewer wins than her for the most part. Only Big Pete's Style, the 5, can match the 3 2024 wins of Going Yard. The rest of this field, either no wins or 1 win this season. So that's one reason for her popularity. The post relief, definitely another. This is something of a wide open race, however. The 7, Springbridge Gym, is a contender. He's 7-2. He drops to his lowest classification of the 2024 meet and is making a quick turnaround. He was flying wide from last down the stretch here last Sunday, closing in the field's fastest last quarter of 29 flat. He had an overland trip on a Thursday class hike, and now he has a tough post, but he's showing himself to be a good closer in recent efforts. The second last race in particular. So at 4-1, I would not hesitate to include Springbridge Gym in any tickets here, getting some significant class relief, and if he makes front, he may go back to his old ways as well. A very strong season here last year for Springbridge Gym. 2, Why Not Hoss is now taking over as favorite at odds of 3-2. She was a pace setter here last Sunday and got collared late by Fear the Shadow. She was a beaten even money favorite, and Pascal Berube is keeping the drive on a Why Not Hoss from post 2. Another solid contender here. It's the kind of race where I would not shy away from including a long shot, particularly in any exotics. I have the 3, Hella's Rocket, in my pick 4. And on top this race from post 3, he was placed second on Sunday due to the winning favorite, DA Captain Obvious, being set back to 3rd. He went inside the pylons at the opening quarter. So second via placing on Sunday for the 3, Hella's Rocket. He applied first over pressure from the half onward, though, and held on for show before being upwardly placed. He broke his maiden here last November 3rd for Sebastian Curran from the same post position. The starter has called the race 3 Pacers. This is your final chance to play the pick 3 that begins here. They're lining up in front of the Rideau Carleton grandstand. The 1 is Going Yard, Stefan Pouliot. 2, Why Not Haas, Pascal Berube. 3, Hella's Rocket, Sebastian Curran. 4, John Snow for Mike Armstrong. 5, Big Pete Style, Ryan Guy. 6, Candid Cameron, Clark Stacy. And on the outside is 7, Springbridge Gym for Andrew Moore. They're all lined up on the turn. They're all on the gate on the backstretch. They're off and pacing, and multiple levers here. Why Not Haas has marching orders from Pascal Berube, but defending the rail, Going Yard and Stefan Pouliot are taking her on in an early speed duel. And look out, 3 wide, that's Springbridge Gym and Andrew Moore headed for the front end, battling Going Yard, who is there right now. That's a very wide move for Springbridge Gym, but he has made front past the opening quarter of 26-4. Fastest of the night so far. Springbridge Gym now leading the way. Going Yard not willing to sit the pocket. She's out and moving for Stefan Pouliot to grab the lead once again. Why Not Haas watches from third, just ahead of John Snow, fourth. Here's a first over move from fifth from Big Pete Style and Ryan Guy. Following that cover from second last, here comes Hella's Rocket for Sebastian Curran. And on the inside at the back of the field, Candid Cameron. 56-3, the clocking to the half. And it's Going Yard now facing another challenger. It's Why Not Haas under urging from Pascal Berube, moving to the front to circle Going Yard, dropping back in third. That's Springbridge Gym, and on the outside, advancing from fourth, out there stalling now. First over, Big Pete Style. They're on the final turn, and it's a breakaway leader now. Why Not Haas is keeping 2 lengths ahead of Going Yard as they turn for home. 3/4 was reached in 1:24-4 some time ago, and Why Not Haas needs to hold off Going Yard as that rival moves to the inside path and shows some late speed. It's between the mares to the wire. Why Not Haas on the outside looks to hold off Going Yard on the inside. Big Pete Style up for show, 1:55-1. Quite the battle to the wire in race 3 with Why Not Haas, the 2 needing the wire as Going Yard puts in a very strong performance for place. The co-favorites finish 1-2 in the race 3 unofficial results, both at even money in the final tally. Number 2, Why Not Haas, the winner for Pascal Berube, over 1 Going Yard, second. 5, Big Pete Style up for show at 11-1. And completing the superfecta in fourth is 3, Hella's Rocket, the 15-1 shot. The unofficial top 4 in race 3, 2, 1, 5, 3. Hold all tickets. I'd like to say get well soon to a regular watcher and fan of Rideau Carleton Raceway, Eric Colborne Brindley, getting over pneumonia. Get well soon, Eric. We enjoy having you watch the live racing here from Rideau Carleton. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle. Unofficial Race 3 winner, number 2, Why Not Hoss. She's a 9-year-old bay mare by Chemistic out of As Hot As Promise, owned by trainer Robert Bernicki of L'Ange Gardienne, Quebec. Why Not Hoss was bred by Leslie Godlian of Langley, British Columbia, driven to victory by Pascal Berube, 155-1. That's her new seasonal best in her second win of the year. High five. And race 3 is now official. Prices are posted for race 3. The 2 Why Not Hoss returns $4.20 to win. The $2 2-1 exactor pays $6.80. It's $11.95 for the $1 try, $2.15. And the $1 superfecta, $2.153, returns $70.10. The race 3 rundown is now posted. The co-favorites finish 1-2. The 1 Going Yard was second. 2 Why Not Hoss, the race winner for Pascal Berube. 3 Hella's Rocket closed for 4th. 4 John Snow was 6th. 5 Big Pete's Style finished 3rd. 6 Candid Cameron was 5th. And 7 Springbridge Jim finished 7th. From the top down, your program should read 2146357. The fractions were 26-4 to the quarter, 56-3 at the half, 124-4 at 3/4, 155-1. The winning mile for Why Not Hoss. Moving on to race 4. After we extend a very happy birthday wish to a canine follower of Rideau Carleton Racing, River. Happy birthday, River. River enjoying a cheeseburger this afternoon, I understand. She's a Jack Russell Terrier celebrating her 5th birthday. Here's to many more, River, a well-loved pup. Race 4 has exactor, triactor, superfecta, and middle pick for wagering. There is a driver change that was announced not that long ago that I'll mention again. The 8, Monty's Gone Marble, going from Kyle Forgy to Jason Gilchrist. The track handicapper selections are displayed now with Glenn Pearson going for the 4. Mickey Makes Some Speed. For trainer Marc-Andre Simoneau, getting the driver change from Pascal Berube to Marie-Claude Auger after the October 10th victory. I am looking to 3, Love My Rockin' Bird, a sweet 11-1 right now. He's back in line to Jimmy Gagnon and getting some serious post relief. They won together here September 8th at this level. Glenn is going to the 7, No Time at All, the choice of Pascal Berube for trainer Yves Tessier in the place spot. I'm using No Time at All, the 7 in 3rd. Behind 6, Carson Star Choice for trainer driver Guy Gagnon, one of the most consistent horses here ever since he joined the Rideau Carleton colony. The 6, Carson Star Choice, 3rd at this level in his most recent effort. No Time at All winning that race. To complete the superfecta, Glenn is going to the rail horse St. Lad's Beat It for trainer Patrick Dillon. Getting the driver change, though. Ryan Guy aboard for that win here October 13th. Stéphane Brosseau getting the catch drive now on St. Lad's Beat It. And I'm completing my superfecta with the 5, Trion de Vie, in his second start with trainer Mandy Archer. Robert Shepard driving that one as Stéphane Brosseau moves to St. Lad's Beat It. So some interesting driver moves here. And only one driver change. That's on the 8, Monty's Gone Marble. The current favorite is Carson Star Choice from post 6 for trainer driver Guy Gagnon, a 14-time winner this season with a lifetime mark taken this meet at Rideau Carleton of 152-1. And the Pacers are approaching the track for the Race 4 Post Parade. The Post Parade is now on track for Race 4. These Pacers are non-winners of $3,550 in their last 5 starts. Also eligible $15,000 claimers. They compete for a purse of $7,000. One is St. Lad's Beat It, owned by trainer Patrick Dillon with Patty Hoskin and Steve McGill, driven by Stéphane Brosseau. Two is 88 Fingers Louie, owned and trained by driver Ryan Guy, who shares ownership with Sharon Christie. 3 is Love My Rockin' Bird, owned by Limco Incorporated, trained by Vic Putty, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. 4 is Mickey Makes Some Speed, the free-legged pacer, owned by trainer Marc-Andre Simoneau, catch driven by Marie-Claude Auger. 5 is Trion de Vie, owned by Jamie Copley, Kimberly Eaton, Darren Tingley, and Dwayne Tingley, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Robert Shepard. 6 is the 9-5 current favorite, Carson Star Choice, owned by Écurie Guy Gagnon with Seth McLeod, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. Seven is No Time at All, owned by Jean Allaire with Gina Bragagnolo and trainer Yves Tessier, driven by Pascal Berube. 8 is Monty's Gone Marble, owned by Jeff and April Murphy, trained by John McMillan. Note the driver change from Kyle Forgy to Jason Gilchrist. And from trailing post 9, it's Howie's Man, owned by Scott Miller, trained by Christina Miller, and driven by Joshua Miller. That's the field of 9 for race 4. There's exactor, triactor, superfecta, and middle pick 4 wagering. We're taking a closer look at number 6, Carson Star Choice, the 2-1 betting favorite at the moment. Carson Star Choice's latest 3 wins were from inside posts at Rideau Carleton for Guy Gagnon. He had a pocket ride here Sunday and was covered up by a parked first over Monty's Gone Marble until late. He was unable to catch the going away winner late in the mile. And that going away winner was the 7 in tonight's matchup, No Time at All, who wired from the rail that start for his regular driver, Pascal Berube, in a seasonal best 153-2 victory. He's got a tougher post here for the rematch, but looks like Pascal Berube's choice over the 5, Mickey makes some speed. That's the 7, No Time at All, currently 9-1, as 6, Carson Star Choice is 2-1 top choice based on his strong resume this season, 14 Rideau Carleton wins. My top choice here, a bit of a long shot. He's dropped a bit, though. It's a 3, Love My Rockin' Bird. I like the angle that he's teaming up again with Jimmy Gagnon for a helpful post for this front-end loving gelding. There's significant class relief, and Love My Rockin' Bird's most recent Rideau victory was with Jimmy Gagnon in the bike on a class drop to a slightly higher level here on September 8th. 9-2 at the moment, Love My Rockin' Bird. My pick 4, my middle pick 4, kicking off here, I'm just using those last 2 horses I mentioned, the 3, Love My Rockin' Bird, and the 6, Carson Star Choice. In race 5, just going with a couple as well. I think the 3, Flash Cube, looks to dominate there. His next closest rival is the 4, Day Delight, slightly up in class. In race 6, it's less experienced pacers, so going with the 5, Ready for Fun, the 4, DA Players Delight, making a debut for owner-trainer John McMillan. The 3, Rob, getting serious post relief, and the 7, Arias Sealster, debuting for catch driver Robert Shepard. In race 7, also going 4 deep, putting the 4, Dinner Party on top after wiring impressively in a qualifier here for Guy Gagnon last Sunday. He did make a disappointing parimutuel debut on September 8th before that. The 5, State News, looks like he could possibly upset in race 7. So I'm using him as well as the trailer, Sunshine Love, known for his late speed for driver Mike Healy. And 7, the dog in the fight, getting a tough post. If you're playing the middle pick 4, this is your final chance to get involved. They'll be going behind the gate momentarily for race 4. The starter has called the field for race 4. and the Pacers are gathering behind the gate for the start. One is St. Lad's Beat It, Stefan Barrasso. 2 is 88 Fingers Louie for Ryan Guy. 3, Love My Rockin' Bird, Jimmy Gagnon. 4, Mickey Makes Some Speed, Marie-Claude Auger. 5 is Trion de Vie for Robert Shepard. 6, Carson Star Choice, Guy Gagnon. 7, No Time At All, Pascal Berube. 8, on the outside is Monty's Gone Marble for catch driver Jason Gilchrist. And gapping slightly from the trailing post is 9, Howie's Man for Josh Miller. The field is on the backstretch. Monty's Gone Marble also losing some ground there as the rest of the field is off and pacing and sprinting early. St. Lad's Beat It and Stefan Barrasso want command from the rail. So does Love My Rockin' Bird, who is sticking a neck in front for driver Jimmy Gagnon and moving on gradually to take control, looking to settle third behind them along the pylons. Mickey Makes Some Speed and single file fourth behind him. Carson Star Choice starting up first over from 5th. That's No Time At All. They went by the quarter in 27 flat and moving right ahead to grab the lead now. That is St. Lad's Beat It, keeping a length and a half ahead of Love My Rockin' Bird in the pocket. Up now first over in third and advancing No Time At All. Following that cover, second over is Trion de Vie. They're on the second turn now with St. Lad's Beat It still leading the way, pressured by first over No Time At All, second on the outside to the 56 and 3 quarter, 29 and 4 there. St. Lad's Beat It under pressure as it's still No Time At All, first over in second, pressing the pace. Third on the inside is Love My Rockin' Bird, second over fourth, Trion de Vie, and trying to get involved from further back. In third over position, that's Monty's Gone Marble coming on, shuffled to near last. Carson Star Choice trailing, that is 88 Fingers Louie. They went by 3/4 in 1:24 and 1, trying to see this through on the front end. St. Lad's Beat It coming to him late, No Time At All on the outside and diving for the cones. Trion de Vie, St. Lad's Beat It prevails, No Time At All second, and then it was Trion de Vie up for show, 1:53 and 1. St. Lad's Beat It held off a determined No Time At All in the stretch drive. Next closest was Trion de Vie, good enough for show in this 1:53 and 1 mile. Unofficial results are now posted for race 4. Favorite at the last flash at odds of 2-1. Number 1, St. Lad's Beat It, prevails for Stefan Barrasso. Second was 7, No Time At All, at odds of 11-1. 5, Trion de Vie, held on for show. And then 8, Monty's Gone Marble, at odds of 30-1, completing the superfecta for catch driver Jason Gilchrist. 1-7-5-8, the unofficial top 4 order of finish. Please hold all tickets. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle. Unofficial race 4 winner, number 1, St. Lad's Beat It. A 7-year-old bay gelding by Mach 3 out of Warrawee Cami. Owned by trainer Patrick Dillon with Paddy Hoskin of Port Hope, Ontario, and Steve McGill of Bewdley, Ontario. St. Lad's Beat It was bred by St. Lad's Farm of Ruscombe Station, Ontario, and driven to his 3rd win this year, this time by Stéphane Brosseau in a seasonal best 153-1. St. Lad's Beat It. Race 4 is now official. Prices are posted for race 4. Number 1, St. Lad's Beat It, returns $6.60 to win. The $2 exactor 1/7 pays $88.80, and it's $193.25 for that $1 triactor 175. The race 4 rundown is now on your screens. Co-favorite at 2-1 at the last flash. Number 1, St. Lad's Beat It, the race winner for Stéphane Brosseau. 2, 88 Fingers Louis, finished 8th. 3, Love My Rockin' Bird, the co-favorite at 2-1, finished 5th. 4, Mickey Makes Some Speed was 7th. 5, Trion de Vie finished 3rd. 6, Carson Star Choice was shuffled to 6th. 7, No Time at All finished 2nd. 8, Monty's Gone Marble closed for 4th. And 9, Howie's Man was 9th. From the top down, your program should read 185-736-249. The fractions were 27 flat to the quarter, 56-3 at the half, 124-1 at 3/4, 153-1 the winning mile, and a new seasonal mark for St. Lad's Beat It. Note there was no superfecta price posted for race 4, but the 20-cent superfecta 1758 combination returns $861.84. Again, that's the 20-cent superfecta 1758 returns 861.84 in race 4.
Did you know there are over 80 horses that are cared for and trained here at the Rideau Carleton backstretch? No live races? We still got you covered. Watch and wager on races all across North America 7 days a week. How much does it cost to play? It's free. Why would you pay to play? Enjoy all your favorite comfort foods without missing a race. Open 7 days a week. Horse racing at Rideau Carleton. So much more than live.
Race 5 is coming up next. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering. Co-favorites right now are the 4, Day Delight, coming in off a third place finish October 13th as beaten 2-1 favorite. And 5, Frozen Hanover for Maxime Villet and Stéphane Brasseau, hoping to go back-to-back here with the class dropper. Frozen Hanover was 4th in the Rideau Preferred Handicap Pace on October 13th. That was with trainer Maxime Villet driving. The most recent win for Frozen Hanover was September 26th when Brasseau was in the bike. As we wait for the post parade to come on track for race 5, just a reminder, Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering available this race. Day Delight, the 2-1 favorite at the moment, but others getting some attention as well, including the 5, Frozen Hanover. Sounds Good was momentarily the co-favorite. Now he's back up to 6-1 from post 2. Going from trainer Mike Armstrong driving in that October 13th qualifier to Robert Shepard in the bike. That's the 2, Sounds Good. I'm a little surprised at the 3, Flash Cube for trainer driver Guy Gagnon is 5-1 at the moment. He's a 5-time winner this season. And his last win was his last start below the preferred handicap level here on September 22nd, which was also, not coincidentally, his last drive by Guy Gagnon. You don't see a lot of 5-2 shots from the Rideau Carleton 8 hole, but that's the case for Skyler right now, who was second in his last couple of starts here. He's a serious closer, 9 wins this season, and he is getting some attention. He's the second choice in the win pool right now behind the 4, Day Delight. The post parade is coming on track now for race 5. The Pacers are now on track for the Race 5 Post Parade. They are non-winners of $7,500 in their last 5 starts, also eligible non-winners of $60,000 lifetime, and also eligible $25,000 claimers. They race for a purse of $8,500. One is Aladdin, owned by Guy Courbet, trained and driven by Maxime Villet. Two is Sounds Good, owned by Michael and Sam Sergi, trained by Mike Armstrong, driven by Robert Chappert. Moving on to the 4, Day Delight, the current 3-1 favorite, owned by Triple S Equine, trained by Vic Putty, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. Here's the 3, Flash Cube, owned by Yvan Mondu, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. Five is Frozen Hanover, owned by Guy Courbet, trained by Maxime Villet, driven by Stéphane Brosseau. Six is Sunchip, owned by Patrick Dillon, who also trains with Patty Hoskin and Steve McGill. Ryan Guy drives. 7 is Perpetual Rock, owned by Gina Bregagnolo with trainer Yves Tessier and Lynn Bregagnolo. Pascal Berube is in the bike. And on the outside, number 8, Skylar, owned by Limco Incorporated, trained by Vic Putty, driven by William Waugh. That's your field for race 5. No changes. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering. We're taking a closer look right now at number 4, Day Delight, the 5-2 favorite. Slightly up in class after Sunday's show finish, as beaten 2-1 favorite here. Day Delight was successful in his previous 2 front-end trips at this track for Jimmy Gagnon, who apparently chose him over Skylar, the 8. Very good form lately for Day Delight. But this is a deep group, and there are other contenders here, like Skylar, the deep closer, William Waugh, again catch driving, the class dropping, Vic Putty, stablemate of Day Delight, who finished a very close second for William Waugh on October 8th. Skylar won here at a lower classification from Post 8 for Jimmy Gagnon. earlier this season. So he's 9-2 at the moment. Skylar, the stablemate of the current favorite, 4 Day Delight. The 1, Aladdin, set the pace in Sunday's Rideau Preferred Handicap and got swarmed in the stretch. Significantly, Stéphane Brasseau has opted for the 5 here, Frozen Hanover, 7-2 at the moment, and a 3-time winner this season, including for Brasseau in their last start together at Rideau Carleton, September 26th, at a lower classification than he faces here. That's the 5, Frozen Hanover. The starter has called the field for race 5. Starting another Rideau Carleton pick 3 this race. They're lining up, led by 1, Aladdin for Maxime Vellet. 2 is Sounds Good, Robert Shepard. 3, Flash Cube, Guy Gagnon. 4, Day Delight for Jimmy Gagnon. 5, Frozen Hanover, Stéphane Brasseau. 6, Sunship, Ryan Guy. 7, Perpetual Rock for Pascal Berube. And the 8 is Skylar for William Waugh. They're all lined up on the turn. They're on the backstretch. They're off and pacing. Aladdin blasting from the rail, shadowed by Flash Cube. Second from first over, moving into third early is Day Delight, as that's Flash Cube now clearing Aladdin to take early control and open up by 2. He is just ahead of Aladdin second, following from third Day Delight, and fourth early, that is Frozen Hanover. They are moving past the opening quarter, 26-4, another brisk opening panel. Flash Cube leading the way tonight as they come down the stretch the first time. He's just ahead of Aladdin. That's an eager Day Delight who's trying to come first over now from third for Jimmy Gagnon. Following that cover, second over in fifth is Skylar. To his inside fourth, Frozen Hanover lacks racing room. They are now bunching up on the turn, but Flash Cube still in control to the half, 56-3. The clocking there, a 29-4 second panel for the leader, who faces first over pressure from Day Delight, who's out there in second as Aladdin hangs back in third. Then it's a gap of about 3 to Frozen Hanover, advancing on the inside into fourth, parked first over in fifth. Skylar is losing ground to his inside. Sounds Good has nowhere to go. He's third from last, gearing up from second last. That's Perpetual Rock moving on the turn and spit out the back. Sunchip, 123-3 past 3 quarters, still leading. Flash Cube and Guy Gagnon are in control at the top of the stretch. Aladdin making a late move up the inside. Day Delight and Jimmy Gagnon still trying to gain on Flash Cube, who holds him off by a good length at the wire. Closing for show, Perpetual Rock, 152-4. Flash Cube gets the win. Flash Cube was under pressure down the stretch, but he successfully held off Day Delight, who held on for place. It was a tight battle for show, but closing well from far back, Perpetual Rock got up to complete the triactor, 1:52 and 4, the winning mile, and the fastest this season by Flash Cube in race 5. The unofficial results are now posted for race 5. A surprising overlay at 4-1, number 3 Flash Cube for trainer-driver Guy Gagnon, the winner, ahead of beaten 2-1 favorite 4 Day Delight second. 7 Perpetual Rock closed for show at odds of 13-1, and completing the superfecta 5 Frozen Hanover fourth. 3, 4, 7, 5, the unofficial top 4 order of finish. Please hold all tickets. In the second driving win of the card for Guy Gagnon, Flash Cube gets the job done in race 5. Flash Cube now coming into the winner's circle, the unofficial race 5 winner, now official from post 3, Flash Cube, a 6-year-old bay gelding by Sports Writer out of Fancy a Dream, owned by Yvon Mondu of Morin Heights of Quebec. Flash Cube was bred by David Keys and Julie Keys of Millgrove, Ontario, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon to a seasonal best 1:52 and 4. That's win number 6 this season for Flash Cube. Prices are now posted for race 5, which has gone official. 3 Flash Cube returns $10.70 to win as a top best bet selection, I should add. The $1 pick 3 here returns $55.95 for the 213 3 of 3. The 20-cent pick 4 of 4 pays just $30.46 for the 5213 combination. The $2 exactor, 3-4, pays $36.70. It's $153.75 for the $1 try, 3-4-7, and $412.10 for the $1 superfecta, 5-2-1-3. Actually, that should be corrected to 5-2-7-3. It's 5-2-1-3, the sequence for the pick 4. The race 5 rundown is now on screen. The 2-1 beaten co-favorite, number 1, Aladdin, was 5th. 2, Sounds Good, finished 8th. 3, Flash Cube was the race winner for Guy Gagnon. 4, Day Delight was 2nd as beaten 2-1 co-favorite. 5, Frozen Hanover was 4th. 6, Sunchip finished 7th. 7, Perpetual Rock closed for show. And 8, Skylar was 6th. From the top down, your program should read 581-247-36. The fractions were 26-4 to the quarter, 56-3 at the half, 123-3 at 3/4, 152-4 the winning mile in a seasonal mark for Flash Cube. We're moving on to race 6 now. Exactor, Triactor, Super High 5, and the one and only pick 5 of this card are featured in race 6. Some inexperienced pacers here, a field of 7 of them. Makes for a race that I figured would be a more wide open betting board, but at the moment, the 1-5 favorite is the 4, DA Players Delight, a recent acquisition for owner-trainer John McMillan, coming in from the Jack Darling stables and making his Rideau debut here after the conclusion of the Prospect Series. 1-5, that's the 4, DA Players Delight, the 2-year-old Shadow Play colt. A maiden and making his 10th career start tonight. Some class relief working in his favor, as is the catch driver, Guy Gagnon, already a 2-time winner tonight. I've mapped out a pick 4 20-cent ticket for a cost of $21.60. Going light in the first couple of legs to keep the overall cost down. I think this might be between that current 1-5 favorite, DA Players Delight, the 4 and 5 Ready for Fun, already a winner here this season for Jimmy Gagnon. The field is coming on track for the race 6 post parade. And again, race 6, the beginning leg of the pick 5. And the Pacers are on track for the race 6 post parade. They are non-winners of $4,000 lifetime. Non-winners of a race this year allowed $3,500. Also allowances for fillies and mares. The purse is $5,600. Leading the post parade, number 1, Muktuk Annie, owned by Dean Larkin, trained by Emily Vino, driven by Ryan Guy. Two is Whiskey Friday, owned, trained, and driven by Steve Germain. Three is Rob, owned by trainer-driver Darcy Clancy with Amanda and Richard Pello. Four is the 3 to 5 current favorite DA Players Delight, owned and trained by John McMillan of Odessa, Ontario, driven by Guy Gagnon. 5 is Ready for Fun, owned by Hut Racing Stable, trained by Vic Putty, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. 6 is CB Caper, owned by Lloyd Howley, trained by Mike Armstrong, driven by Pascal Berube. And completing the field from post 7, it's Aria Sealster, owned by Kelly Scott, trained by Darcy Clancy, driven by Robert Shepard. That's the field for race 6, exactor, triactor, super high 5, and pick 5 wagering. We're taking a closer look now at the 4 DA Players Delight, a Shadow Play son, a 2-year-old maiden, getting class relief here. He participated in the Ontario Sire Stakes Grassroots back on August 30th at Woodbine Mohawk Park and finished 5th in that mile. He moved on to compete in the Prospect Series at Flamborough Downs, getting interfered with September 17th when he missed the board and finished distanced. But he came back to have a nice place finish in a non-stake start at Flamborough September 24th, and he picked up checks in the last 2 legs of the Prospect Series. Now he's moved on from Jack Darling Stables to John McMillan Stables, and he's the even money top choice. He's a maiden pacer for now, but with Guy Gagnon in the bike against this field, he may not be for much longer. He's the top choice here, DA Players Delight. Don't forget, there's a super high 5 this race, as well as the pick 5. Glenn Pearson going to Muktuk Annie from the rail on top of his ticket. He's using Whiskey Friday, another 2-year-old, for second. And then DA Players Delight, the favorite, in the show spot, ahead of Rob, the 3, getting some post relief, and the 7, Aria Sealster, the 4-year-old mare, the only participant here above age 3. He's using her to complete his high 5 ticket. I'm going with the 5, Ready for Fun on top. She is already a race winner this season for Jimmy Gagnon at this level at Rideau Carleton, September 15th. She's tangled with some tougher rivals since then, like the undefeated Scandia Hannibal and the class-dropping Salzbrook Annie. So Ready for Fun could be ready to pop at 6 to 1. I'm putting DA Players Delight in the place spot ahead of the 3, Rob, finally moving in from post 7 to a spot that isn't a trailing post. They will be lining up shortly here in race 6, which kicks off the pick 5, so make sure you don't get shut out. The starter has called the race 6 field. This is your last opportunity to wager on the Rideau Carleton Pick 5 this Sunday night. They're lining up in front of the grandstand. 1 is Muck Annie for Ryan Guy. 2, Whiskey Friday, Steve Germain. 3 is Rob for Darcy Clancy. 4, DA Players Delight for Guy Gagnon. 5 is Ready for Fun, Jimmy Gagnon. 6, CB Caper, Pascal Berube. And on the outside, 7, Aria Seelster for Robert Shepard. They're coming off the turn onto the backstretch, approaching the start for race 6 and the Rideau Carleton Pick 5. Dropping back a little, that's CB Caper approaching the start. They're off and pacing, and he had his nose on the gate, and now he's blasting to the lead. Rob for driver Darcy Clancy, moving ahead of Muck Annie, who is taken back to 3rd as DA Players Delight follows the leader from first over 2nd now. DA's Player Delight looking to hunt down Rob as they battle to the opening quarter with Muck Annie in the pocket 3rd. They get there side by side in 28 and 3. The 1-5 favorite finally clearing to the lead in front of the grandstand. That's DA Players Delight now leading as Rob shadows him 2nd. Is 2 lengths back to 3rd. Muck Annie 3 lengths back to 4th. Ready for Fun. And following from single file 5th is Whiskey Friday. At the back, Aria Seelster, and trailing by several lengths, CB Caper. They're single file around the 2nd turn and getting to the half in 58 and 3 with a 30-second second panel breather. The 1-5 top choice, DA Players Delight, who leads by a length and a quarter ahead of Rob. Here's a first over move from Muck Annie out of 3rd. Ready for Fun, gearing up 2nd over from 4th now. Gapping in 5th along the pylons, Whiskey Friday. At the back, Aria Seelster, and fading very far back, CB Caper, 127 flat, 2 3/4, and still leading the way. DA Players Delight for Guy Gagnon, and dropping back on the inside, Rob. Here comes Muck Annie, first over at the top of the stretch from 3rd, and looking for racing room now up the inside. That is Rob, but they're just chasing DA Players Delight. It's an easy win for him. He's out there by 3 ahead of Muck Annie, and then Whiskey Friday up for show in 156 and 4. DA Players Delight came in a maiden and leaves a winner, a popular winner in race 6. A battle between 2-year-olds behind him for place, with Muck Annie finishing ahead of Whiskey Friday. Unofficial results are now posted for race 6. The 4 DA Players Delight, the winning 1-5 favorite for Guy Gagnon, his third driving win of the card. Second was 1 Muktuk Annie. Third was 2 Whiskey Friday. Fourth was the 3 Rob. And completing the high 5 was the 5 Ready for Fun, fifth. The unofficial top 5 order of finish, 4, 1, 2, 3, 5. Hold all tickets. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle for the first time. Unofficial race 6 winner, number 4, DA Players Delight, a 2-year-old bay colt by Shadow Play out of Shelley's Delight. Owned and trained by John McMillan of Odessa, Ontario. DA Players Delight was bred by Ashley and Dean Wilson of Kerwood, Ontario. Driven to victory by Guy Gagnon. That's a maiden win, 156-4. The new mark for first-time winner, DA Players Delight. Congratulations. And that's the third driving win of the card for Guy Gagnon. Congratulations. Race 6 is now official. Prices are posted for race 6. The 4 DA Players Delight returns $2.50 to win. The $2 exactor 4-1 pays $12. It's $18.90 for the $1 try 4-1-2, and it's $20.58 for the 20-cent super high 5 4-1-2-3-5. The race 6 rundown is now on screen. 1, Muktuk Annie was second. 2, Whiskey Friday third. 3, Rob was fourth. 1 to 5 favorite, D8 Players Delight, a race winner for Guy Gagnon. 5, Ready for Fun was fifth. 6, CB Caper seventh. And 7, Aria Sealster sixth. From the top down, your program should read 234 1576. The fractions were 28 and 3 to the quarter, 58 and 3 at the half, 127 flat at 3/4, 156 and 4. The maiden mark for number 4, DA Players Delight, in a winning debut for owner-trainer John McMillan and driver Guy Gagnon. Race 7 is coming up. Exactor, Triactor, and Superfecta wagering. And note that race 7 is also the first leg of the late pick 4. Track handicapper selections are posted for race 7. And Glenn and I see it a little differently here. He's counting on another win for Guy Gagnon, the trainer-driver of 7, the dog in the fight here, who wired in his most recent in going away style, October 13th, from an inside post. He's going with the 6, Always Your Way, for Jamie Johnson and Jimmy Gagnon in the place spot, ahead of 3, Probert's Legacy for Marc-Andre Semeno and driver Pascal Berube. And completing the superfecta with 4, Dinner Party, the 2-1 morning line favorite, making a second start here for the Mandy Archer barn, with new driver Robert Shepard aboard for the catch drive after a big qualifier on October 13th at this track. I'm putting Dinner Party on top of the ticket. He has 2 wins this season, and that qualifier was his fastest of the season. I'm using the 5, State News, for place because of the driver change. Marie-Claude Auger picking up the catch drive there on the 156 and 3 winner earlier this season, August 18th, for catch driver Ryan Guy. From post 9, Sunshine Love, a strong closer for Mike Healy and trainer Stefan Meyer, is definitely a horse I'd make part of any superfecta or triactor. And the 7, The Dog in the Fight, a strong contender but not an ideal post position. The betting public siding with Glenn. 5-2 right now on the favorite from post 7, The Dog in the Fight, looking to go back-to-back at a similar classification here at Rideau Carleton after the seasonal best 153 and 2 win on October 13th. Also a lifetime mark for The Dog in the Fight. Post Parade is coming on track for Race 7. These pacers are $8,500 claimers, also eligible non-winners of $360 per start in 2023-24. They race for a purse of $5,200. Leading the Post Parade, number 1, Giddy Up Max, is owned by David Shea, trained by Vic Putty, driven by William Waugh. Two is Bees Tyrific, owned by Gina Bragagnolo with trainer Yves Tessier. Ryan Guy is in the sulky. 3 is Probert's Legacy, owned by Desjardins Noro Stable with trainer Marc-Andre Simoneau. Pascal Berube drives. 4 is Dinner Party, owned by Michel Letarte with Jamie Copley and Kimberly Eaton. Mandy Archer trains, Robert Shepard drives. 5 is State News, owned by Robin Lawler, trained by Raymond Crick, driven by Marie-Claude Auger. 6 is Always Your Way, owned by Jamie and Sonia Johnson, trained by Jamie Johnson, driven by Jimmy Gagnon. 7 is The Dog in the Fight, owned by Gestion Louis La Tulipe, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. 8 is Dakota Senna, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation with Yvonne Duclos, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. And from trailing post 9, Sunshine Love, owned by Kristen Trudeau, trained by Stéphane Meyer, driven by Mike Healy. That's your field for race 7. There are no changes. There's exactor, triactor, superfecta, and pick 4 wagering. Take note, though, I'll mention again for those playing this last pick 4 that there is a change of equipment in race 8 as La Barbe goes from closed to open bridle and adds side roll right. That's on 8, La Barbe in race 8. No changes in race 9. And scratch the 8 Silverado Sick in race 10. There's also a driver change in race 10 on the 2 Dillon's Bank, going from Kyle Forgy to Stéphane Brasseau in that last leg of the late pick 4. We're taking a closer look now at 3-1 co-favorite from post 3, Probert's Legacy, getting some class relief here for regular driver Pascal Berube. He was a beaten favorite October 10th at this track. He was a winner for Berube October 6th from post 7 at half-mile Hippodrome 3R. I didn't use the 3 here, Probert's Legacy, which could prove to be a mistake, but you can't pick them all. I thought the 4 Dinner Party qualified very impressively here October 13th. He's light on wins. He's just 5 and making his 12th start of the year. He's racing for Mandy Archer here and going to driver Robert Shepard. So I'm expecting better things from Dinner Party than in his previous start at a much higher classification here, September 8th. Before that, October 13th qualifier showed that he might be capable of more. State News getting a huge driver upgrade to Marie-Claude Auger, some of the hottest hands at Rideau Carleton right now. The 5, he's 12-1 at the moment. I'd also watch Sunshine Love, 8-1 from that trailing post. He's a good closer who can stalk the pace, and he has 4 wins this season. Sunshine Love. The starter has called the field for race 7. This is your last opportunity tonight to play the Rideau Carleton Pick 4, which begins here. They're lining up. 1 is Giddy Up Max for William Waugh. 2, Bees Terrific, Ryan Guy. 3 is Probert's Legacy for Pascal Berube. 4, Dinner Party, Robert Shepard. 5, State News, Marie-Claude Auger. 6, Always Your Way, Jimmy Gagnon. 7, The Dog in the Fight, Guy Gagnon. 8, on the outside, Dakota Senna for Stéphane Pouliot. And 9, Sunshine Love is the trailer for driver Mike Healy. They're on the turn, headed onto the backstretch. Giddy Up Max, a little behind the others, as is Dakota Senna, catching up now as they approach the start. They're off and pacing and leaving from mid-pack. Dinner Party for Robert Shepard wants the front end, and that's Bees Terrific, who inherits the pocket just ahead of third place. Probert's Legacy caught first over now in 4th, Always Your Way, following his cover from second over 6th. That is The Dog in the Fight, and Giddy Up Max is cut along the cones on the opening turn. Dinner Party reaching the quarter in 26 and 3, opening up by 3 ahead of Bees Terrific, who is second along the cones, followed in third by Probert's Legacy, stalling first over in 4th, Always Your Way. 5th on the inside, Giddy Up Max. 6th from second over, The Dog in the Fight. Following that cover on the turn now, Sunshine Love trying to get involved. 3rd over from the back of the pack, pinned along the inside. State News lacks racing room, and trailing at this point is Dakota Senna. A widening lead past the 54 and 3 half, out there by a good 6 lengths. It's Dinner Party partying on the front end for Robert Shepard after that impressive qualifier in his most recent outing here. Closing in though, Probert's Legacy trying to reel him in now as Robert Shepard is lifting the lines, and Dinner Party all over at 3/4 in 124 flat. That is now Probert's Legacy taking over on the outside. The Dog in the Fight setting up for a fight down the stretch. It's Probert's Legacy and Pascal Berube leading the way. The Dog in the Fight is moving past on the outside now, looking to come up the inside late. Always Your Way, but the Dog in the Fight delivers win number 4 of the night for Guy Gagnon by 3. Battling for place, it looked like it may have been Always Your Way over Probert's Legacy, 154 flat. The Dog in the Fight delivers back-to-back victories at Rideau Carleton for trainer-driver Guy Gagnon, a confident win. A tight battle for place between Probert's Legacy, the 3, and 6, Always Your Way. But a clear winner, the Dog in the Fight in 154 flat. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton winner's circle. Unofficial race 7 winner, number 7, The Dog in the Fight, an 8-year-old brown gelding by Sweet Lou out of Barks Like a Dog, owned by Gestillon Louis La Tulipe Incorporated of Saint-Ferréol-les-Neiges, Quebec. The Dog in the Fight was bred by Gregory Day of Allentown, New Jersey, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. That's the 3rd straight win for Guy Gagnon and his 4th of the card. The 154 flat victory is the 5th win this year for the Dog in the Fight. The AGCO judges have just informed me there's a dead heat for place between the 3 Probert's Legacy and the 6 Always Your Way in race 7. Completing the superfecta is the 9, Sunshine Love. The race 7 unofficial results are now posted 3-1 on the winner, number 7, The Dog in the Fight for Guy Gagnon. It's a dead heat for place actually in race 7 between 3 Probert's Legacy and 6 Always Your Way. A dead heat for place. The photo finish was not available. However, the AGCO judges have reviewed the finish, and that is a dead heat for place between the 3 and the 6, ahead of Sunshine Love. Number 9, the unofficial race 7 order of finish. 7, 3 and 6 in the dead heat. 9. The graphics have been corrected. Thank you for race 7. That dead heat is for place between beaten 2-1 favorite number 3 Probert's Legacy and 6 Always Your Way at 11-1. Both of them finishing second behind The Dog in the Fight. Sunshine Love picking up minor shares there. 7, 3-6 dead heat. 9, the unofficial results for race 7. Race 7 results are now official. And prices are posted for race 7. The 7, the dog in the fight, pays $8 to win. The $2 exactor we'll get back to. The $1 try 763 combination pays $55.45. Note there were multiple payouts here due to the dead heat for place. $258.70, the first of the two super payouts, but we're going to have to take our time with this. The $1 pick 4 of 4 ending here, $301.45 for the 1347 combination. The 20-cent pick 4 ending here, 4 of 4, 1347, pays $60.29. That $2 exactor 7-3 pays $15.70. 7-6 combination returns $28.50. It's $42.30 for the $1 try 7-3-6. Or if you had 7-6-3, it's also a winner. That $1 try pays $55.45. $258.70 for the 7-3-6-9 superfecta. The $1 pick 3, 347, 3 of 3, returns $76.10 or $15.22 for the 20-cent pick 3, 3 of 3. The race 7 rundown is now on your screens. 1, Giddy Up Mac closed for 5th. 2, Bees Terrific finished 8th. 3, Probert's Legacy was 2nd in a dead heat for place as beaten 2-1 co-favorite. The other 2-1 co-favorite, number 4, Dinner Party, finished 9th. 5, State News was 6th. 6, Always Your Way was 2nd in the dead heat. 7, The Dog in the Fight, the 4th winner of the night for Guy Gagnon. 8, Dakota Senna finished 7th. And 9, Sunshine Love closed for 4th. From the top down, your program should read 5-8, 2 dead heat, 9-6, 2 dead heat, 1-7, 4. The fractions were 26 and 3 to the quarter, 54 and 3 at the half, 124 flat at 3/4, 154 flat, the winning mile for the Dog in the Fight.
These are the top drivers at Rideau Carleton Raceway.
Race 8 is coming up next here at Rideau Carleton. Thanks to all watching and wagering tonight, including our friends in California. There's Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering available on Race 8. And there's an equipment change in Race 8. Note that LaBarbe from Post 8 is going from closed to open bridle and adding a side roll right. Race 8 selections from the track handicappers are on screen. And Glenn is going with 1, Irresistible, counting on back-to-back wins from that Mandy Archer trainee. Robert Shepard staying aboard, the recent winning favorite. I am using Irresistible second and looking to 2, Arizona Jackson, 5-1 at the moment, to get a first seasonal victory. He's got class relief moving down the class ladder. He was racing at Grand River earlier this season, came to Rideau again with a big qualifier on September 20th, and finally draws an inside post after back-to-back efforts from post 7. He loves this track, and it's great to see him back, the 2, Arizona Jackson. 1-5 now on Irresistible from the rail. Interestingly, he broke in his last start from the rail, October 8th. That's why I'm a little shy about him. In the place spot, Glenn is using 5, Beach Roller for Gilbert Mercier and Marie-Claude Auger. I have that one in the show spot, although he has a very valid chance here, a 7-time winner this season. And getting a couple of those wins since the driver change over to Marie-Claude Auger back on September 12th. Glenn is going with 7, Conquest Sealster for show, and then 3, Geisha's Treasure to complete the superfecta. I think Conquest Sealster is definitely a capable horse here with a tough post. He was beaten by a neck last time. Guy Gagnon having quite a strong night. Conquest Sealster, my 4th choice horse. Might want to box him in, though. Very strong night again for trainer-driver Guy Gagnon. And 4 wins this season for the 7, Conquest Sealster. The horses are approaching the track for the Race 8 post parade. And the post parade is now on track. These pacers are non-winners of $30,000 lifetime. Also eligible $20,000 claimers for non-winners of $50,000 lifetime. Allowances for fillies and mares. The purse is $7,000. Leading the post parade, the current 1-2 favorite, number 1, Irresistible, owned by Jamie Copley with Darren Tingley, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Robert Shepard. Two is Arizona Jackson, owned by Robin Morley, trained by Kara Stacey, driven by Clark Stacey. Three is Geisha's Treasure, owned by trainer Vic Putty with Limco Incorporated. Jimmy Gagnon drives. Four is Little Diamond, owned by Richard Desrosiers with André Desrochers, trained by Guy Waugh, driven by William Waugh. Five is Beach Roller, owned and trained by Gilbert Mercier, driven by Marie-Claude Auger. 6 is Halmac Victor, owned by Limco Incorporated, trained by Vic Putty, driven by Ryan Guy. 7 is Conquest Sealster, owned by Kathleen Pelletier, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. And completing this field from post 8, La Barbe, owned by a numbered Canadian corporation, trained by Claude LaRose, driven by Pascal Berube. Note the bridle change on 8, La Barbe, going from closed to open bridle and adding a side roll right. That's the field for race 8, Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and the final pick 3 of this Sunday night card at Rideau Carleton. We're taking a closer look at the 1-2 current favorite. That's 1, Irresistible, who bounced back after making a break leaving from the Rideau Rail on October 8th. He won from off the pace for Robert Shepard here Sunday, overtaking the pace setter, Conquest Sealster, late that mile. Irresistible closed in the field's co-fastest, 29-2. Last quarter for the neck margin victory. He gets a little bit of class relief here. I'm only a little concerned about that break the last time he did start from the rail. That's the 1, Irresistible, 3-5 right now. My top choice, a little riskier perhaps, is the 2, Arizona Jackson, getting major post relief. After back-to-back starts from Rideau Post 7, he made his pari-mutuel debut last September at Rideau Carleton for Clark and Kara Stacey and never missed the exactor from September 10th through October 22nd of 2023. He wired going away in a September 20th, 2024 Mohawk qualifier. So we'll have to see if he can recapture his old form from this time last year. He's 4-1 at the moment, the 2, Arizona Jackson. My top choice, not a factor in Glenn Pearson's ticket, although they do share some other similarities. We both like the 5 here, Beach Roller, who hasn't missed the Rideau board since Labor Day. That was actually his last start for a driver other than Marie-Claude Auger. He's getting a little bit of class relief. On a near anniversary, Beach Roller broke his maiden here October 22nd, 2023 with a first over move at the half for his previous connections. Beach Roller pocketed up behind pace-setting Conquest Sealster Sunday and lost ground late as Irresistible swept past for the win. Beach Roller 6-1 at the moment from post 5. And Conquest Sealster is interesting. He's 5-1 from post 7. Guy Gagnon just drove a winner from post 7 in race 7. That was the dog in the fight. So it can be done. And the 7 here, Conquest Sealster, won for Guy Gagnon on the front end at a lower classification on September 16th. He's a front end loving horse who was edged out in deep stretch by Irresistible on Sunday. He had a show finish here from post 7 on September 12th as beaten even money favorite. He's 5-1 right now from post 7, Conquest Sealster. The starter has called the Pacers for race 8. Your last opportunity this evening to play the Rideau Carleton Pick 3. 1 is Irresistible for Robert Shepard. 2, Arizona Jackson, Clark Stacy. 3, Geisha's Treasure, Jimmy Gagnon. 4, Little Diamond, William Waugh. 5, Beach Roller, Marie-Claude Auger. 6, Haumac Victor for Ryan Guy. 7, Conquest Sealster, Guy Gagnon, and on the outside 8, La Barbe for Pascal Berube. They're all lined up on the turn. The Pacers are moving on to the backstretch. They're approaching the start. And the rough and pacing, Arizona Jackson leaving for Clark Stacy and wanting early control as well. Conquest Sealster for Guy Gagnon. Those two are bridle to bridle on the first turn, and it's Arizona Jackson fighting to make front and putting Conquest Sealster in the pocket. It's 4 lengths back to third place, Geisha's Treasure, who is keeping just ahead of the favorite, Irresistible, who's 4th in the early going, 27 flat, as Arizona Jackson leads the way past the opening quarter. He's shadowed by Conquest Sealster. It's still a couple of lengths back now to third place, Geisha's Treasure. First over from 4th, Irresistible, followed second over from 5th by Little Diamond, and third over from 6th by Beach Roller, out and rolling. La Barbe is second last, and at the back of the field, Haumac Victor is losing ground on the second turn. It's Arizona Jackson still in charge past the half, 57-3, a 30-3 second panel for Arizona Jackson. Conquest Sealster, though, first over out of second, leaving the pocket to take charge again for Guy Gagnon. That puts Arizona Jackson second. The 1-5 favorite, Irresistible, is first over from third, dropping back on the inside. Fourth is Geisha's Treasure, second over fifth, and gapping cover, Little Diamond, 125 1 3/4. Here comes Irresistible up to square off against Conquest Sealster for the stretch drive. Arizona Jackson isn't done yet. He's looking to follow Irresistible down the stretch. Irresistible is gradually clearing Conquest Sealster and looks home free at the mid-stretch point. Irresistible undefeated here for Robert Shepard, winning by just over 2 lengths ahead of Conquest Sealster, and La Barbe appears to have got up for show, 154-3. Winning like a short-priced favorite should. Irresistible delivers for Robert Shepard. over a tough Conquest Sailster, holding on for place there in a 1:54 and 3 mile. Irresistible. The unofficial top 4 order of finish is posted for race 8. 1 to 5 favorite, number 1, Irresistible, delivers for Robert Shepard. Second was 7, Conquest Sailster, making at least 2 moves in a very good effort. Closing for show at odds of 60 to 1, La Barbe from post 8. And holding on fourth was 2, Arizona Jackson. 1782, the unofficial top 4 order of finish in race 8. Please hold all tickets. Making his way back to the Rideau Carleton winner's circle, unofficial race 8 winner, number 1, Irresistible, a 4-year-old bay gelding by Bettor's Delight out of Izzy, Hanover, owned by Jamie Copley of Kenmore, Ontario, with Darren Tingley of Wendover, Ontario. Irresistible was bred by Marvin Katz with Sam Goldband and Al Libfeld of Ontario. Irresistible's trained by Mandy Archer, driven to victory by Robert Shepard. 1:54 and 3. His 6th win this season. Irresistible. And race 8 is now official. Prices are posted for race 8. Number 1, Irresistible, returns $2.50 to win. The $2 exactor, 1.7, pays $11.60. It's $79.60 for the $1 try, 178, and the 1782 Superfecta pays $292.95. The race 8 rundown is now posted. 1 to 5 favorite, Irresistible, the winner from post 1 for Robert Shepard. 2, Arizona Jackson was 4th. 3, Geisha's Treasure 7th. 4, Little Diamond 5th. 5, Beach Roller 6th. 6, Howmack Victor did not finish. 7, Conquest Sailster 2nd. And 8, La Barbe was 3rd. From the top down, your program should read 14756 DNF 2-3. The fractions were 27 flat to the opening quarter, 57-3 at the half, 125-1 at 3/4, 154-3 the winning mile for Irresistible. Race 9 is coming up next. It's our Sunday night feature, the preferred handicap pace. A field of 7 going behind the gate soon. There's exactor, triactor, superfecta, and late daily double wagering on race 9. The current favorite from post 6, even money. Make that 6 to 5 on Light the Torch. I'm using him to complete my superfecta, and Glenn likes him for place. Light the Torch coming in off of a place finish behind Fortify at Hippodrome 3R in the Brian Paquette Invitational on October 6th for trainer Marc-Andre Simoneau and driver Pascal Berube. On top, Glenn has the 7, the Light Speed, returning for Guy Gagnon, trainer-driver. He was 3rd behind Fortify and Light the Torch that mile, October 6th in the Invitational at Hippodrome 3R. He's using 5, Acapulco Sunburn in the show spot for Isabelle Darvaux and Robert Shepard. That one stepping up with a preferred victory here, October 13th. And to complete his superfecta, he's using the other half of the Guy Gagnon stablemates here. The 4, I Am a Rocket for Marie-Claude Auger. This one battling first over last time for Guy Gagnon and finishing 3rd overall behind Acapulco Sunburn and runner-up Skylar. I'm using Acapulco Sunburn on top. Why not? Robert Shepard driving him expertly to get that tactical victory here, October 13th, and going for back-to-back wins after capitalizing as winning favorite with Irresistible from the rail in race 8. I'm using the Light Speed 2nd, ahead of the 3, Early Action, another who is upset at this level a couple of times in recent history for Mandy Archer and Ryan Guy. And completing the ticket with 6, Light the Torch, a frequent beaten favorite, but a strong contender nonetheless. And the post parade is approaching the track for race 9, the preferred handicap pace. It's our Sunday night feature, a field of 7. And the preferred handicap pacers are stepping on track for the post parade. They're competing for a purse of $10,000. Leading the post parade is 1 Shotgun Jerry, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. Two is Revolt, back on Lasix tonight, owned and trained by Cassandra Lecourt, driven by Stéphane Brosseau. Three is Early Action, owned by Jamie Copley and Kimberly Eaton, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Ryan Guy. Four is I Am a Rocket, owned by Louise Ricard, trained by Guy Gagnon, driven by Marie-Claude Auger. 5 is Acapulco Sunburn, owned by Les Écuries BCL with Bruce Tremblay, trained by Isabelle Darvaux, driven by Robert Shepard. 6 is Light the Torch, owned by trainer Marc-André Simoneau with Jean Fontaine, driven by Pascal Berube. And completing this field from post 7, its current 4-5 favorite, the Lightspeed, who is back on Lasix. He's owned by Michel Nolette, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. That's your field for the preferred handicap pace, exactor, triactor, superfecta, and late daily double wagering. There were no changes in race 9. Looking ahead to the last race, Scratch the 8, Silverado. He's a vet scratch sick. And also there's a driver change in race 10 on the 2 Dillon's Bank, going from Kyle Forgy to Stéphane Brosseau. It's a strong field of 7 here. The Lightspeed, the 4-5 favorite. He set the pace from post 7 in the August 25th Rideau preferred handicap pace and was stung late that mile by Early Action, who has post 3 here and is 7-1 at the moment. Ryan Guy is staying aboard that Mandy Archer trainee, who was parked second over on Sunday at this level behind the first over, I Am a Rocket. Early Action was gaining ground late, and he paced the field and cards co-fastest closing quarter of 28 and 2. So 7-1 on Early Action seems rather generous. He is a winner at this level. The most recent winner at this level is my top choice, 5 Acapulco Sunburn, capitalizing on the hot early fractions in Sunday's Rideau preferred handicap pace. He had a late move up the inside path for the returning Robert Shepard, and he won despite being up in class. He had a pocket ride after being circled by Aladdin near 3/4. Acapulco Sunburn currently 3-1 from post 5. The 6 Light the Torch was the early favorite here. He's 5-2 right now. He was parked first over in second, October 6th at Hippodrome 3R in the Invitational. He was left behind late by the going away front-end winner, Fortify. He finished second by a head to the Light Speed, September 29th in the Rideau Preferred Handicap. That was after a pocket trip. He paced the field and cards co-fastest 27-3 last quarter that race. That's the 6. Light the Torch, 5-2 at the moment. Post 7 is clearly no obstacle tonight for driver Guy Gagnon, finishing second with Conquest Sealster in race 8 after a couple of moves and winning race 7 with the dog in the fight, also from post 7. So the Light Speed 7-5 from that same post in the preferred handicap pace, which is going to be lining up very shortly here. The starter has called the pacers. This is your last opportunity to get involved in the late daily double at Rideau Carleton. A classy field of 7 lining up now in front of the Rideau Carleton grandstand. 1 is Shotgun Jerry for Stéphane Pouliot. 2, Revolt, Stéphane Brasseau. 3, Early Action, Ryan Guy. 4, I Am a Rocket, Marie-Claude Auger. 5, Acapulco Sunburn, Robert Shepard. 6, Light the Torch, Pascal Berube. And on the outside, 7, the Light Speed, Guy Gagnon. They're lined up on the turn, headed on to the backstretch. They're approaching the start. They're off and pacing and leaving from the inside. Shotgun Jerry out like a shot ahead of Early Action and I Am a Rocket. I Am a Rocket, though, continuing on for Marie-Claude Auger, matching strides with Shotgun Jerry and Stéphane Pouliot now fighting back to take the lead, and that puts I Am a Rocket into the pocket. Just ahead of third place, Early Action, moving up the pylons and parking out fourth place. Light the Torch on the first turn, 27 flat to the quarter. Shotgun Jerry controlling things so far, and he's keeping just ahead of I Am a Rocket, safe in the pocket. Following from third, Early Action, yet to move. Parked first over in fourth is Light the Torch, and he flushes out Early Action, who is now underway for Ryan Guy from first over second on the turn. As they head to the halfway point, is still Shotgun Jerry, 57-2, a 30-2 second panel breather. Shotgun Jerry is parking Early Action, who is first over now, retreating to third as I Am a Rocket moves up the inside into second. Fourth along the cones is Revolt, and starting up around a back pedaling Light the Torch. The Light Speed is 3 wide as they approach 3/4, shuffled to the back, lacking racing room. Acapulco Sunburn 1:24-2 at 3/4. Shotgun Jerry under urging. The Light Speed is 3 wide and looking to go around Early Action as they turn for home. Shotgun Jerry still up front with I Am a Rocket looking for room up the inside, still wider. Here comes Early Action versus the Light Speed. It's a tight battle to the wire, which is going to be a very tight decision between Early Action and the Light Speed. 1:53-2. Shotgun Jerry setting the pace, but things were getting hectic late. A battle to the wire between Early Action and the Light Speed for the win, and a battle behind them for the show spot between Shotgun Jerry and I Am a Rocket. A thrilling finish in the top class tonight. And unofficial results are now posted for race 9. Prevailing as the 2-1 favorite from post 7, it's the Light Speed for Guy Gagnon. A game second in the battle to the wire was 3, Early Action. Holding on for show, number 1, Shotgun Jerry. And completing the superfecta for I Am a Rocket. 7-3-1-4, the unofficial top 4 order of finish. Hold all tickets. Now entering the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle, the race 9. Unofficial winner from post 7, the Light Speed, a 6-year-old bay gelding by Moonbeam out of Jema, owned by Michel Nolette of Princeville, Quebec. Also his breeder. Trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. That's win number 13 of the year for the Light Speed, 153 and 2. Race 9 results are now official. Prices are posted. 7, the Light Speed pays $6.40 to win. The $2 exactor, 7.3, pays $35. The $1 try, 7.31, pays $55.30. And the $1 superfecta, 7.314, returns $210.45. The race 9 rundown is now on your screens. 1, Shotgun Jerry was third. 2, Revolt finished sixth. 3, Early Action finished second. 4, I Am a Rocket was fourth. 5, Acapulco Sunburn was shuffled to fifth. 6, Light the Torch was seventh. And from post 7, the Light Speed, a 2-1 winning favorite for trainer-driver Guy Gagnon. From the top down, your program should read 362-457-1. The fractions were 27 flat to the quarter, 57 and 2 at the half, 124 and 2 at 3/4, 153 and 2 the winning mile for the Light Speed. Race 10 is coming up, the Robbie D'Alessandro pace, and it's worth mentioning what a night Guy Gagnon has had, winning race 1 with Bandura and keeping the winning going with a winning best bet in race 5 with Flash Cube returning 1070, winning again with John McMillan's DA Player's Delight in race 6, getting a maiden victory there in 156 and 4, winning again from post 7 with the dog in the fight in race 7, and then capturing the top class with the Light Speed. 5 wins tonight for Guy Gagnon. Very impressive. Race 10 has exactor, triactor, and high five wagering. Glenn and I, differing opinions here. He is going with Guy Gagnon, though, which is not a bad idea. 9-2 right now on Make It Come True from post 3 for trainer, driver, and co-owner Guy Gagnon. Glenn is looking to the 9. Real Rubies at play to possibly get up for place from the trailing post for Michel Legacy and catch driver Pascal Berube. In the show spot, he's using the 6, Beef and Cheddar, from the Mandy Archer stable. Robert Shepard driving that beaten favorite, who last finished third here, October 13th. Glenn has Get Your License Liam from the rail for Vic Putty and Jimmy Gagnon in fourth, and then completing the high five ticket with the 2, Dylan's Bank, who has the driver change as well for trainer John McMillan, going from Kyle Forgy to catch driver Stéphane Brasseau on the 2, Dylan's Bank, who completes the high five for Glenn Pearson. I'm going with Mock Art in Motion on top, my spot play of the card for Wayne Catherwood and Marie-Claude Auger. Real Rubies at play, the trailer in the place spot, ahead of the 6, Beef and Cheddar for show. And then Make It Come True, fourth, and Get Your License Liam rounds out my top 5 for a super high 5 ticket here. The current favorite from post 6, Beef and Cheddar, who was an impressive winner at a lower classification here October 8th for the same connections, a front-end win in going away style from post 2 for Mandy Archer and Robert Shepard. 154 flat that mile. He's versatile, though. He's won from off the pace as well back on September 15th. That was with catch driver Guy Gagnon. And he's usually the favorite. Beef and Cheddar, a very popular pacer again tonight from post 6, 4-5 right now. The Pacers are beginning to come on the track for the Race 10 post parade. comes the race 10 post parade. These pacers are non-winners of $2,000 in their last 5 starts, with non-winners of a race this year allowed $500. Also eligible, $10,500 claimers. Leading this post parade, 1, Get Your License Liam for owner Limco Incorporated, trainer Vic Putty, and driver Jimmy Gagnon. 2 is Dylan's Bank, owned and trained by John McMillan. Note the driver change from Kyle Forgeet to Stéphane Brosseau. 3 is Make It Come True, owned by Écurie Guy Gagnon Incorporated with Stéphanie Gagnon, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. Four is Mock Art in Motion, owned and trained by Wayne Catherwood, driven by Marie-Claude Auger. 5 is The Colt, owned by Don Lee with trainer Gordon Lee, driven by Ryan Guy. 6 is the 8-5, make that 3-2, current favorite, Beef and Cheddar, owned by Jamie Copley with Kimberly Eaton, Darren Tingley, and Dwayne Tingley. Mandy Archer trains, Robert Shepard drives. 7 is Lancaster Bomber, owned by Scott Miller, trained by Christina Miller, driven by Josh Miller. 8, Silverado is a vet scratch sick. 9 is Real Rubies at Play, owned and trained by Michel Legasse, driven by Pascal Berube. And the also eligible will not draw in. So they're scratched down to a field of 8 in race 10. Exactor, Triactor, and Super High 5 wagering. There's been consistent support ever since the windows opened for the 6, Beef and Cheddar, in race 10. And that's understandable. He held on for show as beaten favorite here Sunday. He does get post relief following that extended first over effort against the front end winner, St. Lads Beat It, who won again tonight earlier in the card. Beef and Cheddar was edged out late for place that mile by Make It Come True, who has post 3 here and is currently at odds of 5-2 for trainer driver Guy Gagnon. Make It Come True stalked from single file 3rd most of the mile here Sunday. He's an infrequent winner, but he's hit the board in 15 of 28 starts this season. The 3 Make It Come True. So Beef and Cheddar looking to rebound after that show finish as beaten favorite on Sunday. I'm surprised by the 5-1 right now on the 4, Mock Art in Motion, who won at this level for Marie-Claude Auger October 8th with an off-the-pace trip. He gets class relief. They had a similar win here together July 28th with a second over voyage behind stalled cover of Monty's Gone Marble on Sunday, which explains the 5th place finish, October 13th, in the most recent line in the program for Mockart in Motion. 9-2 at the moment. He's my spot play selection. The other that Glenn and I are both using is the 9. Real Rubies at play, a second choice for both of us. He's moving to the trailing post and gets that driver change here. He usually has had his owner, trainer, Michel Legasse, in the bike with quite respectable results, just missing by a head from post 7, October 8th. Pascal Berube now getting the catch drive on the 9-2 shot, who starts from the trailing post here in race 10. The starter has called the field for race 10. This is your last chance to wager tonight at Rideau Carleton. Thanks to all the horse players joining us this Sunday night. The field is lining up for the Robbie D'Alessandro pace. 1 is Get Your License Liam, Jimmy Gagnon driving. 2 is Dylan's Bank for catch driver Stéphane Brosseau. 3 is Make It Come True, Guy Gagnon. 4, Mockart in Motion, Marie-Claude Auger. 5, The Colt, Ryan Guy. 6, Beef and Cheddar, Robert Shepard. 7, Lancaster Bomber, Josh Miller. 8, Silverado is a vet scratch sick. The trailer is 9, Real Rubies at play for catch driver Pascal Berube. They're coming off the turn onto the backstretch. They're lined up for the start. They're off and pacing, and Get Your License Liam is leaving well, as is Make It Come True between horses. And on the outside now, crossing over to make front, Beef and Cheddar for Robert Shepard, taking no chances here as he makes front and opens up by a length and a half over Get Your License Liam. And forced back to third is Make It Come True on the opening turn. He's followed in fourth by Dylan's Bank. 27 flat to the quarter, Beef and Cheddar powering down the stretch, and he's keeping ahead of next closest. Get Your License Liam from the pocket. Third is Make It Come True. First over now in fourth, Mockart in Motion. Fifth on the inside, Dylan's Bank. Second over from sixth, Real Rubies at play is on the move, and he is followed by Lancaster Bomber coming third over from last. Caught in second last. No racing room for the Colt as the field heads past the half in 57 flat. A 32nd even second panel, Beef and Cheddar now facing pressure from a first over second, Make It Come True. Watching from third along the pylons is Get Your License Liam. Moving up the pylons into fourth, that is Dylan's Bank, and parked out second over, gapping cover at the moment. Now moving into fourth is Mockart in Motion, 124 and 3. They're still battling on the front end. Make It Come True on the outside, Beef and Cheddar on the inside as the stretch looms ahead. Dylan's Bank looking for racing room up the inside, and he might have found it. Get Your License Liam is coming on up the inside, still wider. Look at the Colt and look at Real Rubies at play as the Chestnut hits the wire first. A tight battle for second there. Beef and Cheddar, Make It Come True. 154 flat. What a battle to the wire. Beef and Cheddar on the front end, but no match for the fast flying Chestnut. Real Rubies at play in line to catch driver Pascal Berube. Tight for place there between Make It Come True and Beef and Cheddar in the 154 flat mile. 154 flat. 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 1 Unofficial race 10 results are now posted. 9 Real Rubies at Play, the race winner for Pascal Berube. Finishing second as beaten 8-5 favorite was a 6 Beef and Cheddar. Third was 3 Make It Come True ahead of number 1 Get Your License Liam. Fourth, and completing the high five at odds of 25-1 was 7 Lancaster Bomber. The unofficial top 5 order of finish 9-6 3-1-7. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton winner's circle. Unofficial race 10 winner, number 9, Real Rubies at Play. An 8-year-old chestnut gelding by Shadow Play out of Rubies Are Real. Owned and trained by Michel Legacy of Terrebonne, Quebec. Real Rubies at Play was bred by Lloyd Howley of Cars, Ontario. Driven to victory by Pascal Berube. That's win number 4 of the season. 154 flat, Real Rubies at Play. It's the second driving win of the night for Pascal Berube. Successful with Why Not Hoss in race 3. And race 10 is now official. Prices are posted for race 10. 9 Real Rubies at Play pays $6.30 to win. The $2 exactor we'll get back to. The $1 pick 3, 179, 3 of 3, pays $31.10. It's $79.60 for the $1 pick 4, 7179. The $1 pick 5 pays on 5 of 5, $170.35 for the 47179 combination, $34.07 for the 20-cent pick 5. The 20-cent super high 5 returns $179.96 for the 96317 20-cent high 5 combination. There's that exactor, 96 returns $20.20 for the $2 ticket. It's $27.40 for the $1 try, 963, and the 7-9 $2 late double pays $22.50. The race 10 rundown is now posted. 1, Get Your License Liam was 4th. 2, Dylan's Bank finished 7th. 3, Make It Come True was 3rd. 4, Mockart in Motion was 6th. 5, The Colt was 8th. 6, Beef and Cheddar finished 2nd as beaten 8-5 favorite. 7, Lancaster Bomber was 5th. 8, Silverado was a vet scratch sick. And 9, Real Rubies at Play, the race winner for Pascal Berube. From the top down, your program should read 473-682-5-1. The fractions were 27 flat to the quarter, 57 flat at the half, 124 and 3 at 3/4, 154 flat, the winning mile for Real Rubies at Play. And that concludes our Sunday night live racing here at Rideau Carleton. Thanks to all who joined us and played along tonight. We always appreciate the horse players' support. And tonight's handle was $253,586. Live racing is back again this Thursday. Be sure to join us at 4 o'clock on Thursday, the 24th of October, for more live racing from the nation's capital. Enjoy the rest of your night. Have a great week. I'm Melissa Keith, track announcer.